Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'd like to welcome you back to our Topstep TV opening call. He's Harley. I'm Davison. Congratulations. You're at the right place at the right time. We've got an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you. And if you notice, Harley's back. It's good to have you back, Johnny. And throughout this week, we'll be trading your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you success is there for the taking. So take it while you can. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading know-how. Game plan ready? Checklist good? All right, let's get this going. Good morning, Johnny. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. It's been a little while. I haven't seen you. Davidson, how are you?
I'm fine, Harley. I'm fine, Harley. I missed you too, brother. So we're back in the saddle again, and today we've got a huge day today. But let's get busy here. We'll get right to the news. We'll kick that in right now. And as far as that goes, U.S. futures pushed a little bit higher here as stock rose in the prior session. And yesterday was sort of the Fedapalooza. We had a lot of Fed speaking yesterday, and most of them were dovish. So the U.S. stock futures, we're looking at a green day after the dovish comments from our Federal Reserve Governor, Christopher Walken.
Markets, they're crazy.
It's crazy, yes. We do see the Dow futures up about 0.3%. S&P's up 0.3%. And the NASDAQ was up 0.4%. So speaking of Christopher Walken and Christopher Waller, they suggested the U.S. Central Bank's monetary policy is well-positioned. So it's good, I hope. Anything is good.
About rate cuts next year.
Yeah. Usually this dude's hawkish. So, maybe he popped a gummy before he started talking. We'll see. But otherwise, Apple, you hear about this? Apple pulling the plug on its credit card partnership with Goldman Sachs. So we'll see what happens there. I know the iPhone maker sent a proposal to Goldman to end the contract roughly 12 to 15 months. So this exit is going to cover the entire consumer partnership, including that virtual credit card. So we'll keep an eye on that also. But Johnny, what do you got today?
Well, as far as economic numbers are concerned, the mortgage applications and rates came out 7 o'clock this morning, always very early. Actually, I think 6 o'clock this morning. Mortgage applications came out 0.3% higher after 3.0% higher last week. Rates came down just a little bit last week, 7.41%. This week, 7.37%. The GDP, now this is the second iteration of GDP. The third iteration, final, will be in December. So this is one of the preliminary numbers. They were expected it to come out at 4.9%. It came out at 5.2%. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? We'll have to see how the rate mongers are going to absorb that information. Yep. We also had retail and wholesale inventories at 7:30 this morning. 9:30, the EIA petroleum status report is due out. Last week, we had an 8.7 million barrel boost. This time they're looking for a 50,000 barrel draw after the API announced about 117,000 barrel draw yesterday. We have Meester speaking at 12:45 today. We have 1 o'clock. The Beige Book is due out. Earnings this morning. Dollar Tree, Hormel, and Petco all missing on earnings per share and revenues. The only shining star in the whole group today was Foot Locker, which beat on both of those categories. Salesforce and Five Below are due out after the close. Nothing major, but we do have to keep an eye on all of that stuff. If you are a gold trader, you should be looking to trade in the February contract, the G February contract. The volume has rolled over. February has about 100,000 in volume right now. The old contract has about 7,000 or 8,000 contracts so far. So make sure if you are trading gold, you have moved to the February contract. There is a $20 premium in the February contract to the December contract. You're going to need to adjust those levels. That's about all I've got for us right now.
I got some more if you want it.
Yeah, let's have it.
Let's have it. All right. Oil prices. We're seeing some small gains here today with more supply disruptions ahead of the OPEC meeting to discuss future production levels. We did see a severe storm in the Black Sea region that had disrupted about 2 million barrels per day. This is from the oil experts from Kazakhstan and Russia, sparking concerns over the short-term supply tightness. We fly, I want to take my hat off. We fly our portfolios at half mast today. Charlie Munger, investor and billionaire vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, has passed at a California hospital at the age of a Wayne Gretzky, 99.
Unbelievable.
So gosh, 99 years old.
That's a long life, man. He had
God bless.
Long life.
So anyway, my portfolio is at half mast. Powerball today, folks, 360 million, and Mega Millions, 355 million. I'm sure that number will grow, and we'll keep it at that. But otherwise, are we ready for some charts, ladies and gentlemen? I think so. So let's get to it. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants?
All right. Well, after I've been kind of out of the markets for 6 days, it was Thanksgiving Thursday. Didn't really look at anything on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Just kind of looked at things. Yesterday was apparently a bad day to sleep in if you were trading gold. We'll take a look at that here shortly. But as always, starting with the daily and the S&Ps. We look like we're ready to break out of about a week-long area of balance here. Now, this area of balance maintains upside structure. We've got a little ways to go before I'm worried about any major pullbacks here. We added 9,400 in open interest on a kind of a excursionary day yesterday. I mean, it was outside both ends of the previous day's range, which was Monday. And we've been adding open interest, so there is more energy coming into this market. We're going to be opening with a gap. If we see meaningful participation in the regular trading hours above this 45.80 last week's high, if we can maintain some participation up there, then I see an easy move up to the September swing high here. 45.97 half, 45.97 is weekly kickoff high. It's just a logical area for traders to target for price if we continue this move to the upside. What are we looking at on the 30-minute chart here, though, Eddie? We are looking at the range from yesterday. We tried to push higher. We really kind of had a normal variation day. There's excess on both sides. The point of control is relatively low, but I'm calling this a normal variation neutral day, which usually means to me that the price is likely to seek new levels with which to facilitate trade. After all, that's the job. That's the market's job, is to facilitate trade. I was noticing and have been noticing the way that the market 45.67 even. That's right where this broken white line is here, where my cursor is horizontally. Look at how the market has kind of centered around that from last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. The market has tried to go away from it, but hasn't had much success until maybe today. We're starting to see a potential breakout to the upside. It took all that time for the market to have any kind of decision for direction. So we're starting to kind of get an idea that maybe this market has evened inventory in this consolidation area and is ready to continue this move to the upside. Of course, anything can happen. If there's something that comes out, somebody says something, we don't know what the outcome of anything is going to be here, but I'll be kind of watching to see If we have overnight inventory to the long side and we're opening with a gap, gap rules apply. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we'll be looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. And of course, we've got a couple of, prime targets above in the weekly kickoff high and the September swing high for traders to focus on and to possibly bring price. Market is opening out of balance, not only in the daytime frame, but in the weekly time frame, where we're kind of outside the range for the last week. It might be an interesting opportunity earlier in the session today. We'll see what happens when we get to fast markets. And again, the profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral. It's about time this market starts to seek new levels to facilitate trade. All right, NASDAQ now, always, again, starting with the daily, very similar situation. The week-long balance, has it really broken to the upside here in the NASDAQ? Not so much as the S&Ps. We got last week's high, 16,173.50. What's our current high? 16,173 quarter. We went within a tick of last week's high, and we have not yet been able to bring any participation above that. I'm more interested really in seeing that participation in the regular trading hours session. So we do have the same potential. We have upside structure that remains. We have potential breakout situation as we do in the S&Ps today. We're looking for that meaningful participation really above last week's high. This is a previous swing high here, the 16,115. That takes us right to this swing high. This is the swing high that I think we're looking to target. That September swing high. Well, this is actually July in the NASDAQ. Here's the September swing high here. So we've got some targets. The 30-minute is going to show very similar to the S&Ps in that we have a lot of overnight inventory that's already long. Say the market opened here and is trading here. All of these overnight buyers are holding those positions and looking for continuation to the upside. Again, opening with a gap, unable to close the gap, gives us the opportunity to look for moves in the upside direction. We want to trade in the direction of the gap if we can't close the gap. The profile yesterday, very similar to the S&Ps, normal variation, neutral. It seems logical that after all of this consolidation and all of this gyration that the market has now decided to seek new participation, new business at a different level. If we can't maintain price above the gap, maybe even above this previous swing high, that may be saying that the market is maybe not ready for the Santa rally. But again, we're going to be looking for opportunities relatively early in the session today, because we are opening out of range and balance in the daytime frame. In other words, yesterday's range, as well as kind of a weekly, range here that kind of was very sticky. And now we're seeking participation outside of that. We're looking to see if we can get continuation to the upside or a failure. A move back to value in the S&P and the NASDAQ brings us to a possible move to the low of value from yesterday. There's a lot of work to do between now and then. With the current market state, if we do get an opening range trade to the downside on the short side, I'm not going to fall in love with that trade, because it's probably going to be more of an overnight inventory adjustment than anything major. So, but if we do get a long, if we leave the opening range at the low of the session, then my targets would probably be those swing highs and weekly kickoff highs above. Crude. Well, take a look at this. We've got some coiling and energy building, if you'll pardon the pun, participation or kind of price action here. We've been putting in lower highs. We've been putting in higher lows. We've got a potential breakout of this pennant or triangle formation, whatever you want to call it. We've got a loss of 5,800 in open interest yesterday, while the market kind of remained inside of this range. So what we're looking for is new business. We want new business to continue this price to the upside. If we're going to kind of follow technical stuff, there's fundamentals also in question. It's a big storm in the Black Sea that's going to kind of clog the supply lanes for a day or two, as well as we know that the OPEC Plus is meeting on Thursday to see if they can come to some sort of agreement. From what I'm understanding, it's going to be difficult for them to come to any kind of agreement to change production. There's a lot. The meeting was supposed to be on Sunday. It was delayed because they're just having a difficult time with any kind of meeting of the minds on what they want to do with this. So this Thursday meeting is likely to be a mess. But in the daily time frame, we've got a breakout to the upside. What does it look like on the 30-minute chart? We have overnight inventory to the long side, opening here. The market is now open. We've got an attempt here to close the gap, and this is gap close, right? We have not been able to close the gap yet. If we can't close the gap, there's only one of two things that this market will do. It will rotate and kind of consolidate above yesterday's range in value, or it may continue a move to the upside. We've got last week's high, 78.46, weekly kickoff high, 79.10. Not sure what this is here for, but we can take a look at that later. So if we can't close the gap again in crude oil, I'm looking for opportunities for continuation to the long side. I mean, for 3 days now, we've been putting in higher lows. We've been putting in higher highs. Yeah. The hint or the tilt or the nuance is still to the long side here for crude oil this week. And this, I think, was probably the trade of the week that I slept through, because I wasn't trading yesterday. It was the wrong day, wrong day to sleep.
Well, I was running it too. I was sitting on my hands. I saw a nice move. We sort of tallied off a little bit. But go ahead, John.
All right. So we had our weekly kickoff high at 2037, and Monday it traded up to it and kind of rejected yesterday on the open. There were a few nuances that I probably would have responded to. And I don't trade gold that often, but when it's an important inflection level like this, and there's some pretty good space, especially above where we are now. The dollar had a lot to do with this yesterday. The dollar kind of tumbled to 3-month lows over the past couple of sessions. So it makes sense that gold has compressed and really kind of pushed to the upside. Overall, volume was good. 10,000 increase in open interest, and that's across all of the contracts, and it is rollover, but that's a pretty substantial jump in open interest. I feel as though that this continuation, this move to the upside yesterday, really had some substantial new buyers coming into this market. So new business above a key level, we don't want to fight it. We could pull back all the way to it and then continue to move to the upside. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen, but look at this 30-minute chart. I mean, this was mint. All right, well, we traded up to it. We bounced against weekly kickoff. The opening range, the 720 opening range, was the dead-ass low of the session. The 730 1-minute opening range was the dead-ass low. So there's two things. The market opens, looks above a weekly kickoff high, and then really doesn't do much except continue the move to the upside. It was a trend day yesterday. We've got the settlement high. We've got point of control high. We've opened outside of a potential area of repair. It's a double distribution trend day. The double distribution trend day is a day that opens, finds a balance, leaves that balance, and seeks out another area of balance. So this area down here, these single TPOs down to about here, 2050 280, and again, this is the February contract. You got to make sure you're trading the February contract. These levels are not going to line up if you're still trading the December, and you shouldn't be, because the December contract has very low volume. There's a big spread between the bid and the offer. Let me show you this just quickly.
G is the month you want, as you can see on the watermark there. GCG 24.
So here's Feb. 106,000 contracts have traded. 20 to 40 on the bid and on the offer. Take a look at the December contract. 8,000 contracts traded. Lots of differences between the spread between the bid and the offer. You've got to scroll to actually find the first 10 bids and offers on this. So there's your warning sign that you really need to be trading a February contract. Right. So, all right. We don't have any overnight inventory, however, in gold. We are just kind of holding right around point of control, very comfortable level. This tells me I'm going to have to really try and be patient this morning, trying to find better trade locations. Yesterday, one thing that I wanted to tell you in the gold, we had a big up move. The delta at the end of the day was negative 4,700 in the February contract. More aggressive sellers weren't able to push price lower. As a matter of fact, they got steamrolled. That delta divergence tells us, along with the increase in open interest, that we saw some pretty substantial buying coming in there. One question, how does it change the weekly kickoff level? What I do is, the weekly kickoff high in the December contract was 2017. It's a $20 premium to the February from the December. I just moved all my levels $20. Now, it's not as precise as what I do when I usually do the weekly kickoff levels, but it's close enough. I mean, there's nothing finite in futures trading anyway, right? I mean, everything is a zone. So take your deep breath, traders. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. I'm feeling pretty centered today. I got a little time off, a little rested, a little ready, good to go. And don't forget, pray for peace.
Pray for peace. I was waiting for that. Yes, definitely. Don't forget, crude traders, little more than an hour. So today's your party. And got a special announcement that we're going to be having here. Not right away, but I'm going to save it. I'm going to put it in my pocket for a while. Also, today we got a full house. And I'm not talking about the Olsen twins. I'm talking about our fast market coming up here shortly. We've got the Hogue back in the driver's seat, Deanna, Andre, Michael, and myself. So we got a full house here. So we will be looking for opportunities. Also today, the fan favorite, Jared Tendler, is going to be with us. So working on your mindset, baby. Jackie and Bonnie are going to be doing the top quiz. And, of course, group coaching again to end the day on a sweet note with that handsome guy, John Hoagland. So we're going to take a coffee break. Get yourself situated for Fast Market. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Fast Markets. And we got the dynamic foursome here. Michael Patak, John Hoagland, Andre M., and Deanna Angelo. Welcome to our Wednesday Fast Market. How's everybody doing?
Cold. It's cold as shit out here.
Yeah. We've got Eskimo Patak.
Yeah.
So
I'll warm up as we go, but yeah, 14.
Yeah, he's gonna be peeling off the layers as we.
Deanna, it's 14 degrees Fahrenheit over here. Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's cold.
Your car started, huh?
You're in the Celsius world, right?
Yeah.
Your car started today, huh?
Yeah, no problem. It doesn't need to warm up. It's electric.
Oh, wow. All right, so let's get our horses or whatever you're riding in the gate.
All right, let's go.
All right. Inside a minute here for our opening.
Hey, Johnny.
Hey.
Welcome back, buddy.
Back in the house.
Good to see you. We'll get into what you were doing, but I want to know what you were doing. But all right, let's level it up.
Level up.
All righty.
Okay, we got our overnight, so we know point of controls and all that kind of great stuff. NASDAQ traders, if you want to pay attention, this is what we talk about NASDAQ levels right away. Deanna talks about crude. Deanna, you still trading crude, or you have focus on something else?
I'm still trading crude oil, and as you can see, I've got my jacket ready as well. So. I look the part today.
Love it.
Okay, John, you got anything, or we not warmed up yet?
Our overnight high.
Here we go.
Was last week's high.
Woo!
Almost to the tick. It got within one tick of it. So the overnight high seems important. We've got a lot of overnight inventory to the long side. So I'm watching the opening range in the S&Ps. Probably going to see if the opening range isn't too big. I'll probably take it in either direction. Then we get off the blocks running here. There's the swing in the NASDAQ. There's that swing high from back here that was resistant on the way up. It may be supportive if we get back to it.
Here what?
16,115.
All right, guys. 16,115 is what?
Is a swing high from back in September, July.
All right, cool. Swing high means what?
It means it's where the market kind of ran out of juice and left a high for a long period of time.
All right.
Here it is right here. So that's the 31st of July. Now we've come back to that level. We bounced off it a couple of times on the daily chart. Now we're above it. If we come back to it, it could offer opportunity for us. I'm missing the opening range here in the S&Ps.
Oh, I'm getting you. Sorry about that.
That's all right. That's all right here. I'm going to see if I can get a pullback to it. 87.
Andre, you play the opening.
Just when I got John, when I'm riding in the sidecar with John, for sure.
The old sidecar.
Tilt got a little heavy there for a second, then it came kind of.
Where was it? I wasn't looking.
It was at 70%, but now it came off to about.
I got my long 87. We're long.
Okay.
Right now. NASDAQ opening range is the low of the session. Low volume node, early low volume node here down at 16,620. And that is right at the high of the opening range.
72%, Michael, NASDAQ.
All right, we got out of the gate. You guys are getting long. You guys, meaning everybody in the Topstep community that is trading in the sim environment. This is Trading Combine, folks. This is XFA.
Okay. Here we are, NASDAQ up against the overnight high and last week's high.
All right, makes new highs.
Just took it out. If we can hold above that overnight high, I'll stick with the long.
We can hold above the overnight high. I'll stick with long. Got it.
So right at the overnight high, there's also an average daily range high in NASDAQ. However, ES has already gone over its own average daily range high and it ignored it. So right now, what I'm looking at is a potential upside opposing area is a supply that's actually located on a weekly chart at 46.16, well, let's say 46.17 in the S&Ps. Now, once we get there, I will be a little bit more careful with further longs in both NASDAQ and ES. But for now, it does look like we could have a higher volatility day on our hands, which is good because we've been range bound for a while now, and it's getting very annoying. Yeah, it would be very nice to get those bigger ranges. Crude oil has woken up, so I'm having a really good week.
Very nice.
Excellent.
Yes, Monday and Tuesday have been very unspectacular in terms of volatility.
Deanna, when you talk about good week, do you look at that as a tick, or do you look at that as just trading to your plan and things working out?
I usually trade to my plan, but to me, it's about how many ticks are taken out of the market. And this week has been anywhere from about 140 ticks, and then yesterday was a really, really good day. So I took like 220 ticks out of the market.
Damn,
beautiful.
Pretty good, yeah.
What was the range for the day? I mean, did you take a lot of the because when you talk about ticks and taking that many?
Yeah, I took 70 on the way up, and then I took about 55 on the way down, and then I did another little cheeky trade, which was actually in NASDAQ. So that made up for the rest of it. So yeah, it was pretty good. Like I said, I like to trade equities towards the end of the session. And one of my setups, which is a strength inside initial balance, turned up, and it worked perfectly. So,
hey Johnny, is that your dog? Is that Lacey?
I can hear Lacey. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think she's screaming. She's barking. Bye.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Bye.
Her dad's long. I like it.
Yeah.
Actually, they call me as Lacey's grandpa.
Well, technically, I'm a grandmother to the puppies because the parents are Granny D.
Yeah, there you go.
They were actually 2 years old yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday to the puppies.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that on Twitter going, oh my God, she's crazy.
Yeah, I know. You sent me an email that I'm crazy for having sex.
Well, you got the rally going, John, in your favor. I picked a couple tops. Got in a little early, and I still like it from the. No, I don't like it right now.
I mean, the general.
No, I don't like it right now. No. I said I like. At the time, it was on the high.
As a general rule, when the opening range is the dead low,
Overnight high.
I look for longs.
Yeah, overnight range.
All right, so crude oil has the inventories today, so I'm going to be patient there. But a couple of scenarios that I can see already that are obvious. So on the daily chart, we are up against a supply of this range. It's not an originating supply. It's what I refer to as an offspring zone. So technically it's still a range. But because we ran into that area, there's always a chance of some sort of a pullback from there before the market decides what it's going to do next. So the market's opening outside of range and outside of value on crude oil. So that immediately means that value high it becomes a level of interest. Value high is 76.97. So let's call it 77, round it up.
Right, sure.
That would be my line in the sand to look either for a long or for value acceptance. So depending on which one of those appears, I'm going to be acting on it if the market gives me a chance, and providing that the inventories don't cause a huge whipsaw and then rotate throughout the entire area and then do like a 120 tick move in the space of 5 seconds, which can happen.
You'd prefer a storm in a teacup then?
I don't prefer a storm in a teacup. I hate storms in teacups. I prefer proper storms. But yeah, so with crude oil, there's going to be some knee-jerk reactions when the inventories come out. Whether we end up in a trending day or not remains to be seen. So right now, anything can happen, obviously. But yeah, value area high for now is a level of interest.
PW's in the house. Patrick, did you catch that squeeze? He said he caught the squeeze.
He's in?
Yeah, he's in. Not fishing. He's not on the boat.
Nice one.
He was fired up yesterday.
Yeah, he was fired up yesterday.
From a boat? That would be cool.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I think I wouldn't put it past him. He trades. I wouldn't put it past him. He's got Starlink on his boat.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I did take the opening range trade. If I can, John Jones, the you'd have to move your levels in gold because we've gone from D's to Feb higher $20. There's a $20 premium in Feb to D's. Jitesh, nice job, buddy. Call him out. He was successful in the combine last week. He's already getting his first payout. Nice job, Jitesh.
Hold on. Successful in the combine last week. Already getting your payout. Who's this? Jitesh?
Jitesh K. Yes.
Jitesh, tell us. Type in there how that little quick journey.
He said on the 20th, I announced his name for passing the combine. You said he got a little emotional that day, but today he submitted his first payout request. Congratulations, Jitesh.
Nice
Well done.
So that means you got 5 winning days of 200. You're up at over 1,000. Very curious on what you took out, but you don't have to say it, because we like traders to say their own. But yeah, awesome.
Great job.
Awesome.
Great job. Love hearing that. Love every minute of that.
Funded trader, trading well, got funded. I don't know. Hey, Jitesh, can you say what got you to that funded level too? I mean, it's like, I don't know. You just did a payout. You just had a runner, and you're trading well. So that would be helpful.
And it's a cool name too.
Jitesh, yeah.
Jitesh, love that. Good name. Good name for a trader.
Patrick got in and out of the. Patrick, I'm gonna start calling you PW. I like
P-Dub.
P-Dub. Got in at the open and got out for a boom.
Easy money.
Easy money, man. I love it.
Okay.
He said it. He said it. Johnny still got that long?
Yeah, we're still in it. I'm kind of not all that pleased, but as long as we hold over the overnight high, I'm going to stay in it.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
When I got funded, it will be because of TopstepTV. Johnny Jones. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Sweet.
Very nice.
Thomas Slav, what's your long-term goals at Topstep? Well, we're going to keep working with Sim to Funded, that group that's building our platform for us. All right, if this is going to be a trend, if this is going to be trend day up, is this the first pullback of the day?
I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah. So, yeah. Look, I got in the way of that in and boom that PW just said.
I mean,
I was right in your way. I was feeding your boom.
Someone's got to take it higher.
Somebody's got to take it higher, Patrick. What do you think I was doing? Helping you out. All right, Johnny, you're along from where on the 15 or 45?
45.87.
Oh, Vlad's liking the new platform. He says platform is awesome. Glad that you got it, and give us some feedback on that.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of next year's roadmap is the platform. A lot of next year's roadmap is going to be TopstepTV. You're going to see a lot of you're going to see our show go all the way to bell to bell.
Yep.
We're going to do Power Hour. We might be killing Power Players and putting Power Players in Power Hour, inviting the Power Players. I mean, guys like Patrick, Danny's Trades. We get TBM on here, Deanna, and other traders, getting them on the afternoon of the last hour. That's extending things, so that's a big thing that we're looking to do. We're going to really start a Topstep trading league. Think about the NFL. It's called the TTL. If we do have the all the stuff for it, we have Shy City Locals as a team. We're going to be having other teams. We're going to be having a trading World Cup in February. It's going to start light the first year, but we're going to build it up. This will be bigger than Robbins and all that, whatever. It's going to be like esports. So I'm going to put the company capital into investing into a league, and then we all can. There's your stuff right there. It's coming together. I think it'll be really exciting. To each its own if you want to do it, but it's basically just having a team of 5. You all have your own P&L. You're all at the funded level. Funded levels are going to be the pros that we invite to teams.
Let's give it up for the Shy City Locals.
Yeah,
There it is.
yeah. That's a real quick. That's a lot of the roadmap next year, and then a ton of stuff that we're going to add to Topstep X. You might see the ability to copy funded traders. You might see the ability to see your team only and their P&L within that platform. Tilt maybe on the screen, probably, on the chart. All this kind of stuff is really taking all the stuff that we know best and that nobody would ever build for us. And this company would. And we wanted other people to build things for us, but this company came to us and said, we'll build you whatever. And by the way, we trade.
Nice one.
Long 57%.
Yeah.
Ghost will be anybody at the funded level, so that we have thousands of folks at the funded level. Tens of thousands at the getting evaluated. Sure, you have people coming up every day, and we have people going down. Call it the minor leagues, call it or whatever, and then call it being brought up to the majors every single day. Like Jitesh. Jitesh just got brought up to the majors and got his paycheck, or I should say, just went to the front office and requested his paycheck.
Pro ball.
Eddie used to always say that word. I always felt very special when he'd say, "What's up, pro ball?"
What's up, pro ball? You were the pro, man. You know.
Now we would say it to each other. What's up, pro ball?
Well, we had experience on the trading floor.
Yeah, we had experience.
That's part of it, Professionals trading.
Yes, Ghost Productions. Hoga's back. Hogue, we did miss you.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Levels, Mr. Voice.
Mr.
Well,
Vibe.
I appreciate that. I missed everybody too. I found myself kind of bored. Like I kind of pushed myself to stay away from the charts, and just did a few things around here. Was staycation. I didn't really go out all that much. Did stuff around the house, get the house all Christmasified and all that stuff. So
There you go.
But it's good to get some rest. Josiah, it's good to see you. James, good to see everybody. Like you try to call everybody out, but it gets to be a lot. And it's great to be back, man. I appreciate everybody and was very thankful for all of you and everybody for Thanksgiving. And looking forward to having a good December. Hopefully we'll see the Santa rally.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
It usually happens too. I mean, I remember Christmas Eve or the day before we were let off for Christmas one year on the trading floor. You know, everybody's sitting around. What some of the traders would do is they'd pass out champagne, and you know, you get a bottle of champagne to take home for the Christmas dinner. A lot of people opened that bottle of champagne on the floor and went downstairs and got orange juice. So we were drinking a lot of mimosas at that time, and everybody's relaxed, talking, laughing, nothing's going on. And then, excuse my English, but shit hit the fan. And that's what happened. And we were there like 2-3 hours after the close trying to figure out matching trades up and everything. So it was a mess. It happened.
Remember at the end of the year, we got to get a picture here, and I don't know if it's a Getty image or whatever, but get a picture of what they do at the very end of the year, right when they close. Is it right when they close, Eddie? Cut up all the paper.
Right. The closing bell.
I got a picture of it.
Do you?
What is it?
All right, send it.
We even got a video. I'm sure that there's one on YouTube that we could sort of.
I have some other pictures too. Now this is a Getty image. Are we going to get in trouble?
All right.
Hold those here.
Yeah.
No, not like that.
No,
Come on.
Show me those later, John.
Getty is a company that releases their images for money. So actually, the Getty image is the last thing in the world you want to show.
Okay, I won't show it then.
Send it to me. We'll see what we can do.
Okay.
My mind goes wherever, dude. All right, back on our highs ish.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the pullback?
Johnny's still holding that long.
Yep.
Tilt's saying 60%. Tilt's still leaning along, guys. Tilt got paid today. Something to look at.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. And they got paid yesterday. Market giveth and the market taketh. So those Tilt folks, keep an eye on this week because the market has been giving to the majority. And it's very interesting. You ever have weeks where you're like, you're like the money's coming in, and it just vanishes?
Yeah, S&P's 75% long.
S&Ps are, huh?
Keep it running. Well, in the chat, what's your position? I know that we've got John's got a long right now. Michael is in and out of his position.
Curly flat.
Andre and Deanna are still looking for opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, who says end of the month going to be a tough short? So that is right. It's very close to the end of the month.
Hey, you got Santa Claus and Rudolph warming up right now.
Oh, they were hyping up Cyber Monday yesterday. Broke all sorts of records, I guess.
I mean, I bought a bunch of cool electrical outlets and light switches and all that.
He did
saved a ton. Yeah, I'm upgrading. The guy one house is a little older, but if you upgrade all the finishes, you get rid of the older look. It's 30% off. I mean, 50% off. That's pretty good to get the same type of stuff that 2 days later is going to be for when it comes to like fixtures and stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah, Eddie, what do we got on the schedule today?
Well, we've got coming up here in about 40 minutes, we're going to have our crude oil imports and crude oil inventories. The previous was 8,701,000. And as Deanna mentioned, this might be the kicker here. They're expecting only 933. And then, of course, with that storm in the Black Sea, that might skew a bit also. So crude traders, 42 minutes, heads up.
Got it. No Fed speakers today?
Looking at gold.
Yes, we do, as a matter of fact. We've got one coming up here. Lester will be speaking at 12:45 today, Central Time. And 1 o'clock beige book. Usually that beige book really did nothing, but
you know what that means, though? It's 2 weeks to the next FOMC meeting.
Go get the beige book over at the Fed, Michael.
there you go.
Oh yeah.
It's waiting for you.
Hey, cousin, we fixed the water issue, and the unknown trader diagnosed it from wherever the unknown trader resides. He's like, the float might be sticking. The float was sticking.
No kidding.
Which kept filling up the well, and then the well kept pumping out, and then it wasn't pumping into. I don't know. Float was sticking.
It's the unknown plumber.
How do you unstick it?
What?
Click your heels twice.
We're just having a look at gold monthly chart here, just to get like a bit of a idea of what could be happening in gold as well. There is a continuation in gold, so if we get the rejection of value, because we did open inside value, we wouldn't really fight that. There is an overnight supply that we're just hitting right here. So if that one doesn't give a meaningful downside reaction, then again, I will be potentially looking for some longs in gold, because I'm not too crazy about trading the inventories immediately. So sometimes I will wait for a couple of hours if the everything is jumping. I will wait for the dust to settle before I decide if I'm going to go in. But yeah, so gold might be an option here.
Yeah, it was an option yesterday, and I missed it.
Tiana, Michael's asking, what are your brick size settings?
What? I didn't say that.
This is not Renko. This is just regular time frames, and this is a continuous chart because I wanted to see what's going on in a very large time frame or monthly time frame. Let me bring up the current contract.
Well, take a look at crude here real quick. I mean, if you're looking for a position.
Yeah, it's going into the value area. They are probably getting rid of some of the positions. Having said that, the initial balance size of about 75 to 80 ticks is usually a normal thing if we're going to have a nice day with plenty of opportunities. So this is actually okay. I like having a decent size initial balance if it's not like massive. So if you have an initial balance size of about 75, 80 ticks, that's fine. But if you have an initial balance size of 200 ticks, not fine. So you're probably looking at a more responsive activity day rather than some big trending day. So I like the fact that they've actually made a move. They are testing into the value area now. There was a little demand on a 30-minute chart right here that I was looking for any kind of a reaction, but so far it hasn't really given a reaction. I have some of the hypos here that I want to see. So the first hypo would be that value high rejection. At the moment, it seems unlikely that one's going to be the case. So for now, the front runner is my hypothesis number 2, which is a value acceptance short. Whether I'm going to be able to catch that, whether it's going to be playable or not, that's an entirely different thing. But the value acceptance might appear as a setup, regardless of whether I'm in or not. So it should still be something that goes into your plans and into your post-market review, which you should be doing every day after you trade.
Hey, Tiana, another question from Michael is we talked about this yesterday. You weren't here, but a correlation to invert or an invert correlation to crude. Is it NASDAQ or ES? I know that we mentioned that anything coming out of Canada.
So Canadian dollar has a positive correlation. Canadian dollar futures, they have a positive correlation. If you're looking at a forex chart, you will have USD as the first quoted currency. So that obviously, if you're looking at a forex chart, it's going to look inversely correlated. But when it comes to ES and CL, traditionally they used to go the reverse direction. Now we've been getting quite a few days where that's still the case. I'm not sure that the correlation is as strong as it used to be. Throughout COVID and throughout the last several years, we did have positive correlation, not just with ES and CL, but also with gold. So all three of them were going in the same direction at one point. So that was the world gone topsy-turvy. But yeah, right now I'm not seeing that much of a positive correlation at all. In fact, it looks like it's going back to the traditional negative correlation, and that's probably to do with the interest rates. When interest rates are higher, obviously that will affect both products. And now we're kind of seeing that traditional relationship coming back. Having said that, it's not like 100% correlation. It's not a factor of one or anything like that. So don't rely too much on ES and NQ always going the wrong way, because different things will affect it. Today we have the inventories. The inventories are purely a crude oil release. You're not really going to see ES react much to it, if at all. And likewise, the interest rate decisions do impact crude oil, but not nearly as much as like you would see bigger movement in gold in ES and NQ than you would in CL. So CL just gets like a little bit of a bump in volatility, but you're not going to see like crazy moves. So just keep those relationships in mind. I have many traders who come to me for coaching, and they go, I'm trading gold, and they're like, oh my God, crude oil inventories, I'm closing my gold position. And I'm like,
No, yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
Usually the only thing is the FOMC. I mean, it's
the FOMC, like I said, but even FOMC doesn't quite bring craziness. Like, you're not going to see huge moves. You will see an aftermath, but if you're going to trade the FOMC directly, which again I don't advise, you're better off picking a product that will really react to that sort of a release. I always find that crude oil has almost like a muted initial reaction, and then over the next few days it almost kind of comes back into alignment with whatever has happened with the rate decision, if it was a surprise rate decision.
Johnny, you got out?
Yep.
Okay.
I got that pullback. I got a 2 light on Andre, and that little pullback right there.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, 92s covered 02s. It's just whatever.
Got out 2 ticks short of where I wanted it to go.
No, God, Johnny, that's perfect.
Well,
You know why?
we got 4600s coming up here in S&Ps.
That's fine.
Yeah, 45.97's weekly kickoff high. It traded right to it.
Fred Decker talked about that level yesterday.
All right, guys, I'm going to be right back. Hopefully I come in more clear. I got this little guy right here. It's 4K camera. I don't know why.
Okay.
My camera keeps trying to autofocus me.
Timmy Two-Tone had a question, but Timmy, what market are you talking about? Repost that question for Hogue, and I'll see.
I think I saw it. I think he was asking about gaps, right?
Yeah, talking about the gaps.
Okay. So gaps to me, and I think to a lot of traders, are if the market opens outside of the previous day's regular trading hour range, like in crude oil. This morning, the market opened outside of that range. That creates the regular trading hour session gap. If we can't close that gap relatively early, I look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs, but we've closed the gap now. And as Deanna was pointing out, we've come back inside yesterday's area of value. So now I'm going to stay patient.
There you go.
But gaps to me are anytime the market opens outside of the previous day's regular trading hour range. Thanks for the question, Timmy. I hope that helps.
No relation to Tommy Two-Time. Tommy Two-Time. What's that from a wise? What was that from the Wise Guys or
Goodfellas?
Goodfellas.
Yeah.
Tommy Two. What was it? Tony Two-Time.
I said everything twice.
I'm going to go get the paper. Get the paper.
Get the paper. Get the paper. Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, he stated. Timmy is saying like the Nasdaq. So yesterday's range was down here. We opened outside of it. That's a gap.
Yep.
Okay. And today we've got our good friend, one of our very own from Topstep, Eric, is with us here today, helping out. Thank you very much for being with us.
I missed everybody. You know, I enjoy what we do here so much. I felt like I was missing something yesterday and Monday.
It's fun. It's fun to create.
I was. I mean, I came in and listened in a little bit, you know, but
Jimmy two times.
Thank
you, Boomer.
He ended up in a truck freezer.
I saw that movie once, and once was enough. Great movie, but that was enough for me.
Yeah.
Tilt 50-50.
Well, crude hit settlement here. I'm going past it. Gonna run past it here. Don't forget here at 30 minutes, we will see that inventory coming out.
My 4K camera came in. A lot of people were bitching about. And
You looking pretty?
Wow, 4K.
I don't know.
Is that the one you're on now?
I mean, it doesn't make me better looking. I know that.
I mean, you might want to fucking reconsider that.
You can't improve on the perfection, Mike.
Wow.
I gotta get an Instagram.
Whoa.
I gotta get an Instagram camera so I can put a filter on and just make myself bring my score up a little bit.
Some makeup that would be nice.
Remember those stupid filters? They put the dog ears on everybody.
Yeah. I'm too old for that.
Yeah, we all are.
Yeah, true.
There was a filter that would make you like 20 years older. So I did the filter and it didn't change how I looked.
No, come on.
I did the filter and I looked like my aunt. So that was quite funny. She's actually quite a good-looking older woman. So I mean, she's quite old now, but she still looks great. So I was quite pleased with that, and I was like, okay.
I did the filter and I saw skeleton.
Yeah. Did you say it looks like skeleton, Eddie?
Yeah, I went a little too far ahead.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, cool. Well, we got a rally so far.
We do it really. I'm seeing these S&Ps. If we do actually touch 4,600, see how we play. See what the market does around that. But John, like you said, the opening range is dead ass low. We was up and away from there.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said with ES, we did tag average daily range high and then closed above it, even in the pre-market session.
Right.
That's usually an indication of a higher volatility day, which means that we have a higher chance of a trending day. When the market ignores the statistical averages, that can tell you something. And when I look to the daily chart, where our next area of interest is, it was a weekly chart. There it is. So
97.
If you look at this originating area up here, whether you guys can see my chart. Yeah. Let me just bring that down a little bit.
Tiana, what chart are you using? What platform is that?
Oh, it's just MetaTrader 5 via AMP Futures. So it's just a normal brokerage. This is a CQG feed that they're using. That's why the symbols are a little bit differently named. That was a CQG thing always. These indicators are my indicators. It's by my technology team. It's been with me now since I commissioned these, and then at some point we decided to partner together. So now I can get them to code anything for me. We're actually starting to work on some NinjaTrader indicators now as well to bring all of this stuff, or at least the three major tools that I use into NinjaTrader. So I literally just spoke to somebody last night about that. So at some point in the next several months, we might be translating all of this into Ninja. But frankly, I don't really like using the same platform for execution and for charting, because like you can see, I draw a lot of stuff. Even though the indicator does a lot of things for me, I still like to put my little lines to, those lines would be changing every day. So whenever I put a line, it means that I'm looking at that level for a reason within the day's context. So today, I'm not really looking at this supply here that we are located in now, because the price is ignoring it, is pushing through. And that's why the next logical stopping point would be the next area of a supply. So don't fight that. We have a rally right at the open. We have the ignored average ranges. All of that is giving you extra information.
Hey, Mike, I got a question for you. This is from JP. On the dome, depth of market, what does it mean when you have a big order flashing just below the current price? There was a 100 lot order in the NASDAQ going in and out, but not getting filled.
Well, we got to look at the tape if it gets filled, and sometimes the tape still breaks them up. So I don't know. Well, thank you for what. Tell me what price, because I missed that. Where they're playing from the short side, or were they on the offer or the bids? I like it. We watch that 100-lot player. There's a 100-lot player that comes in here, and those that watch the Dome, there's a 100-lot person that comes in here with all of 100. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes they'll hit it and get filled, and sometimes they're pretty damn good at their entries. So far, from what I heard. Fuck. Wow, look at this sell-off.
I just took out the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I got. Damn, I tried. Thought I bought the pullback there. Nope.
My goodness.
It's hard to really believe these weekly kickoff levels when they're exact like this.
Right.
Should have shorted it up there. I mean, I was long to it. It's my level. Why didn't I short it?
We're getting some comments from Fed's barking.
Know what this is?
Oh, Barker's barking.
He's not even on the eco here, but
Barkin's barking.
He's barking up a storm here with the some of these markets here. It says I am skeptical that the price setters at this point have gone back to where they were pre-COVID.
Well, I can tell him for sure that it hasn't.
All right, I'm scratched on the day.
Nice.
Yes, I can see there's a little demand that got created. So now we're trying to bounce from it.
What the hell, man? This is a tough trade. This rally got me. The sell-off's hard. But this is a speaker talking, right? I mean, I got smoked yesterday because we're like barking or Bowser or whoever.
Or whatever.
Oh, it was Fedapalooza yesterday.
I see
I
what
would
you're
say
seeing here.
typical initial balance, doing the one move in one direction, and then for the next 30 minutes it doesn't move in the opposite direction. So that's something that I've come to expect across the board. It's something that happens in most liquid instruments. So whenever I see an upside move, if I am going to trade during the initial balance, I typically take it off pretty quickly. I don't chase momentums. I will only chase momentum in C or D period when we have like a proper breakout outside of the initial balance range. So I've come to expect that if I am long and it's going my way, just bail at the next TPO because it's going to reverse and then it kind of does whatever it does. Like there's a lot of volume. This is a very, very tough period of the day to trade. And when I was a little bit more novice, I always did better just completely avoiding. Oops, someone's barking. Sorry.
Domino effect.
So John, your swing high, 115s. It's coming down to that. It's a big sell-off, but you also got a speaker talking.
Yeah, man. These speakers
Not 67, 68 on NASDAQ shorts. Not too much. Nothing. 50-50 in the excuse me.
The S&Ps. I'm seeing what Deanna was seeing. I mean, this little supply zone on the way up. We still haven't taken out the low of the opening range in the S&Ps yet, but I have a feeling.
John, is that Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Is that VWAP it's sitting on right now?
Yes.
All right, so the VWAPers are watching this. Does it VWAP doesn't matter?
45.84.
Fuck, I'm getting killed on these longs.
I got killed on the shorts way up. Got a decent entry on a pop, but
What the hell is he saying?
No, he just came. Well,
whatever the market wants.
Yeah,
No barking. I'm talking.
skeptical on that 2% inflation,
Oh,
You're always
that's
saying that. aren't
driven
you?
by wages. We're seeing some service prices going up. He says I'm not willing to take another rate hike off the table.
well, that'll do it.
Ooh, saucy.
Come on, I'm just sick of this.
Dude, these guys have been killing me all
These
week.
Fed guys,
There
and
we go.
yesterday, I turned the TV on. Of course, Kramer's on there talking about. He's calling them Fed heads.
Now, watching this NASDAQ here.
I'm getting killed.
I got long 23s right now. I'm buying the dip. Go! And that we like the swing, the 115 swing that John talked about. I'm a little early, but I'll be early.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
let's
that was
look at
it's
NASDAQ.
a previous swing that was resistant. Now we're coming at it from the other side. See if it's support. You got to limit risk.
Yeah.
So we did open outside of range and outside of value area.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in both? Yeah, that's in both. Let's put them
Well,
side by side.
That is not holding.
Long overnight inventory adjustment going on here.
Yeah. So we're just gonna have some look at some levels to the downside. Well, there is an average session low coming up in Nasdaq at 16088 half. And then if we don't bounce from there, value high is on the cards, which is even lower at 16036.
Hey, congratulations, Ronnie, passing the combine, one of Coach Vince's guys.
Ooh.
Good job.
Nice.
Nice job.
Great job, both of you.
Hell yeah. Nice trading. These 115s aren't holding, Johnny.
Man, yeah.
Well, everything's a zone.
Yeah.
Everything's a zone, yeah. And right now, since we are seeing the inventory adjustment, this could go all the way back to the distribution curve, or at the very least, the average session range low. Let me just see where the average session low is in ES. I must have it covered up with something.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I was talking to Coach Vince yesterday. Coach Vince is coaching quite a few folks.
He's a great guy.
And he's in Discord. Guys, we have coaches in Discord. Go to Discord. Just drop the link in here to Discord if we can. Go to Discord. There's a Coach J room. There's a Coach Paul room. There's a Coach Vince. There's Coach Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
Get in there. Ask your question. Yeah. You're spinning your wheels, go in there. You're very, very new to trading, go in there. You're trading like me, go in there.
And it's completely free. No cover charge, no drink minimum.
Nope.
Just get in there and ask questions. They're not always going to be there, but post your question, and I'm sure that they'll get an answer to you.
Yeah. Eddie, I think it's more expensive to go to the grocery store and go through the toll than it is to go into that chat room.
There you go. What are tolls nowadays? I mean, gosh. They don't even tell you anymore.
They just do it automatically.
Yeah,
I'm watching a lot of Trolls, the movie. I'll tell you that right now.
Yes, when you have kids, you watch those movies hundreds of times.
Thank God for Pixar, man. They throw little jokes in there for adults.
Yes.
You're like, I turned to my wife. I'm like, see that one? That was pretty good.
Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast, Finding Nemo, Cars, hundreds of times.
Do you know on Disney, and watch the very beginning, they say they give you a disclaimer. Like, these are not the thoughts and opinions, and this is in the past, but we're doing it. We're still having this show. This movie. Yeah, they put a disclaimer on there.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we all learn and whatever, grew and evolved in the thought process and all that. And like, oh, man, I don't know if we should. But so Disney still has those old school movies.
Yeah.
What are they saying in there?
They say pretty much like these are the thoughts and opinions.
No, what are they saying in the movies that they're covering for?
It's just kind of how you're treating people,
Gotcha.
And things like that.
Well, it's like Sleeping Beauty. He kisses her when she's sleeping.
Yes, thank you, Johnny. Stuff like that, like inappropriate stuff that they do all the time.
I got it.
Or a rather famous movie that they've completely removed from their vault.
Which one? Peter Pan?
Songs of the South. And we can move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's move on. You know what? As a matter of fact, I think we've got some photos to show.
What? Hold on.
Jack, what do you got for us today?
Well done, Eddie.
User submissions we got going on here. Yeah, so
check this out.
See what these come up. We got a picture of George sent us. He got his 5K payout hat.
Nice. Let's see it.
Oh, yeah.
Did he get the payout too?
There he is.
That's cool.
Oh, hell yeah. Same hat I'm wearing.
Same.
Did indeed. Nice setup there.
That is a very cool setup.
Next we'll move on to
hold on. That's exact. I'm just looking at his guys. Check out his office, or check out his. It's always cool to see other people's desks. So you got the two screens on top. Clearly, his main execution platform's right in front of him.
Okay.
Ooh, he's got the adjustable desk too. That's smart. Looks like the gamer chair.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
All right.
And
All
let
right,
the
who do we got?
laptop.
He's got that nice comfy chair. I got to get one of those.
Yeah.
Now that Hogue is back, I can show this picture that Pioneer Phil sent us.
Phil is next. Here we go.
Yeah, you can see Pioneer Phil back in the day. There he is
It's
back
fish
there.
died.
And the reason he's called, I've had a conversation with Pioneer Town Phil, is he was a trader and he's since moved out to the desert living that life.
Right on.
You might need to cue it, Eddie, because James can't hear right.
Okay.
So-
Cue it as far as
Okay, cute.
8-ball in the corner pocket.
Yeah. Hey guys, so
There we
going.
go.
Okay, go. Yeah.
You got that. Whoa, what's this? Oh, that's where he's living?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
moving out to the desert.
That is
And then,
incredible.
He's by the Joshua
sent some
tree.
more.
Off the grid.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Look at a rainbow. Ain't
Yeah.
that pretty?
Look, there's a Starlink
He
right
says-
there. That's his main command station to his trading world right there.
Pioneer
He sent
Town.
some more out that I'm going to divvy up a little bit along the way. We also got a couple of submissions of people that sent during the quiz yesterday. French Bulldog was one of the answers. I asked people to send a few French Bulldogs in, and they did not
Oh,
disappoint.
no.
If
Do we
go
got
to the
Frenchie
next,
here?
yeah, we
You
got
got a picture of French?
two
Oh, little
Frenchies submitted.
babies. Look at
Wow.
the little puppy.
Oh yeah.
Is that your cute little daughter? Is that your daughter? Who's it?
And then we actually, that is a cute Frenchie. And we actually got one more, as I called it,
Good
a
little kid.
magnificent specimen here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there he is. There he is. I see the resemblance. Yeah.
Exactly.
Those dogs are hilarious.
So thank you again, everyone, for sending in your photos. If you have something cool to show us at some point, send it to TopstepTV at topstep.com.
Yeah, great idea,
like
Jack.
this.
We want to incorporate more and more of everybody. We're all trading together. I call it team trading. We're all in here. Share that stuff with us. And then, Jack, what do you do? How'd you get all those? Did you pull the say, hey, those that are here? I mean, or people randomly sending you Frenchies?
I spend a lot of time emailing with viewers out there for various things, and sometimes I get some cool pictures out of it.
Awesome.
Can we share that email address so we know where to send it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And after we share the email address, let's go ahead and post the Payout Club, because the Payout Club, and I think we might have already had it in here. Sorry if we did. Those that don't know, anytime this is, I don't know if my camera works, but
It looks good.
it looks good.
Yeah.
5,000.
Hey, I also see that George is in the chat here. George K. That is indeed. He says the sticker on the wall says "I survived."
There you go.
There you go.
Packy challenge.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Nice.
So you get a hat. You gotta be in Topstep TV. You gotta be tuning in. You get a hat. If you take a 5,000 or more payout,
That's cool.
there you go. You'll get that sent to you. There's a pin. If we have a pin picture too, you get a pin. Now the pins are really cool because you just put them on anywhere, and it's like a, I don't know, accolade or some trophy for you.
Mm-hmm.
But then we're gonna have a 10K, or I think it's a 10 or 20 and a 30 and a 50 and a 100. So when you get to these certain levels, we want to say, hey, hell of a job, high five. You know, that's us doing it. Doesn't cost you anything. You just got to put up the dollars and you got to take payouts. Our big thing is taking payouts. We're always going to have little lessons here. I think there'll be some funded traders on here and some of our partner influencers on here that we'll talk about taking money out, paying yourself. And that's the name of the game. John and Eddie, we used to always tell traders when we talk to them, you know, keep it in your pocket, put it in your pocket, all that kind of stuff.
So I found a picture of our resident rock star. Want to see it?
Uh-oh.
What do you got?
I have no permission for this, but
Is it a Getty print?
no.
Okay, good. Uh-oh, what's this?
There's D.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Lefty.
Left-handed.
Left-handed.
Yeah, she's
Wow,
lucky.
Jimi Hendrix.
Wow. So how many people are in the band?
Oh, you're on
Yeah,
mute.
Danny, you're muted
she's
on
on mute.
Rendezvous right now. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Jeez.
All right, we got. Hey, while we're doing that, we got the sell off continuing.
Yeah, we do. I'm going 0 for 3 right now. So
I was 0 for 5 on the way up.
yeah.
I'm sitting down three little.
Well, it
Benjamin.
stuttered at that 15 level, and now it failed.
It failed at that. It paused on it. So guys, it did
Yes, it
pause.
did. Yep.
And then I was talking to you, John. I'm like, it's getting weak. I got in right there, got out. As you can see, I have 15s, 14s I was selling. So I got in where? 17, 16.
You're muted.
I guess you can't hear us either.
Right,
You're
but-
us
yeah,
too.
yeah,
You're in.
There you are.
Yes, sorry, my dogs are barking, so I have to mute myself. Yeah, the picture that you showed, John, that was Andrew Lloyd Webber, Superstar, Jesus Christ Superstar Search. So it was on one of the major TV stations here called ITV. And I was one of the session musicians. We worked on that show for about 2 months, and the guy that was in the picture ended up winning it.
Wow.
So he went on a like a 3-month tour, which I was also invited to go. However, yeah, but I didn't really want to leave for such a long time. You know, we had.
That's a great soundtrack too. I love that soundtrack. The hell.
Yeah, it was great. Sorry, my husband is talking to me. Yeah, he was like, "You're muted." So thanks, they told me.
Oh, is he watching? Is he
Yeah,
watching?
apparently he's watching. Are you watching? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Jump in. Hey, you should jump in here and say hi.
Yeah, do you want to come up and say hi? No.
Yeah, you're always showing your dogs in here. I mean, show the real man of your life.
He hates all of the stuff and everything. He never wants to be. When at one point I tried doing vlogging, and he was like walking next to me, and I brought out the camera, and he ducked under. So it's like, what are you doing? He just does not want to be like on camera at all. But you will hear him at some point. Yeah, so the gig that I was working on was pretty massive. It was in Fountain TV Studios, and it was a obviously massive production. We had Jason Donovan as a judge. Andrew Lloyd Webber was the second judge, and the third one was the British comedian. What was her name? Judy. Oh God. Her surname escapes me now, but yeah, all three like really big stars, and yeah, so it was pretty cool. But I didn't really want to go on a 3-month tour around the U.S. because at the time I was already a trader, and to be honest, I was kind of winding down the gig side of things, and it was a really nice gig. I'm happy to be a part of it, but yeah, now it's just a nice memory. So awesome. Michael, to answer how many people in the band? Well, in the actual production, there was loads of people and probably about 100 musicians in the band. But those of us who were in the front, there was probably about 6 of us, because we were like good players, but also camera friendly, I guess. And they loved the fact that I was a lefty. And then they were doing this mirror stuff. They were so happy. Producers were like, "Oh my God, we got a left-handed person." So they kept putting 2 guitarists on some of the other songs. It was obviously a rock show, and it just so happened that on that particular gig, I was doing on that song, I was doing the acoustic guitar, but for all the other songs, I was on my electric guitar, and it looked pretty cool because the stage was massive. It was kind of like an X Factor stage. It was actually the same studio where X Factor in the UK was.
Really?
filmed. Yeah, so it's good memories, definitely good memories. So yeah.
You know the song you were playing in that video?
Hey guys,
getting crushed. We're still getting crushed here.
Yeah, let's jump back this real quick and then
Markets are moving here.
Yeah,
and,
tell
just
us-
a reminder.
5 minutes remaining.
For you crude traders,
We
remember
have some very important numbers that are going to hit the wire. Check your trading platform for open orders.
there you go.
Remember, it's best to be flat and let the dust settle before putting a position on.
There you go. Smart stuff. Thank you.
You are ripping through our TopstepTV budget, Eddie, on all these.
Well, yeah, I tell you, it's my Ouija board for some of these. I'm requesting this back from the dead.
Well,
So now we've got a gap closed. Now it's all about reacceptance of range from yesterday.
Okay, reaccepted.
Yeah.
The downside, Johnny?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Nasdaq has not yet closed the gap.
Man.
So one thing here in Nasdaq and ES, both of them have now reached the average session low. And
Okay.
yes, the value areas are lower. So, there's still a bit of a gap left, but there is a chance that we turn around at this level. So Nasdaq has its average session low at 160.90, and ES is has got the same level at 45.75 half.
Okay, thank
So
you.
don't be super surprised if we turn around from this level, because this would represent like an intraday swing extreme. And if this one doesn't give a turnaround, then we have the value high as the next stopping point.
Jeez, Deanna, just strumming the guitar of the markets. Wow.
Yep.
That's how I see it. That is how I see it. Yeah.
You see notes, you see movements, I'm impressed. I like working with you.
It's patterns. It's all pattern based.
Right.
Music is pattern based. Markets are pattern based. To me, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Anne Marie's chiming in here. She's a great trade off that low 16.088. She mentioned that level earlier. I saw it. I didn't get the chance to call it out, but nice level, Anne Marie. Nice level of D.
Excellent.
Can we drop Anne Marie's link to her?
She's always contributing.
She's great. She's a wonderful person to come on here.
You're going to see her here.
Yeah, John, why don't you give a background really quick on Anne Marie, because she blends in with the crowd in here, but she's very, very unique.
Yes, she is certainly unique. Hang on one second.
So we have people join us, whether they want to or not. No,
At gunpoint.
yeah, and it's great. Anne Marie is a great leader of traders. So John, you have a very close relationship with her, and you've been working with her for how many years?
Well, yeah, we've been kind of working back and forth on stuff for 5 or 6 years now, I think. This is the book that she wrote. It's a really good trading book.
The trading
book. I love it. Yeah.
I think Anne Marie. I think we hooked up from LinkedIn, right? I think that was our connection. We had her on the Squawk Radio,
right? Yeah.
Good stuff.
So John, give us some background on her. What type of? I mean, is she what type of trader? What type of style? What type of whatever?
Well, short term, as far as day trading is concerned, she. I'm gonna get into the introduction here. She. I can't remember I have a bio on her somewhere here, but she started out in human resources, I think. She was also involved in some studies on what is it, epilepsy, I think. Check me if I'm wrong, Anne Marie. So she was involved in that, and then she, kind of learned about trading, and then she was hooked. And then, since then she's been an active trader, very, very smart, very wonderful human being. And we're going to be seeing her on TopstepTV hopefully very soon.
Awesome.
But again, short time frame trader, technical. She's always looking for kind of supply and demand areas. Areas where the market is kind of exhausted itself in one direction, and looking to take the other side. I would say she's probably as much a contrarian trader as I am, but of course, she's of course going to be extremely aware of the context, overall context. See, she took that trade. It looks like in the Nasdaq, she's taking some of it off here at 16.05.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if that turns around, because that is a good level. So I would classify it as an intraday swing extreme. So even though we have some other areas lower down, that is the first area that I would be considering for any kind of longs intraday.
I like it too, because there was no gap close.
Yeah.
All right, inside a minute on that crude number, folks.
Yep.
Actually, inside about 10 seconds on that number, folks.
Yeah.
Yes.
And bingo.
There it is.
Here we come here.
All right, guys, move it over to crude.
Here it is.
Oh, coming out. They're looking at
Nobody cares about NASDAQ right now.
me.
Nasty. So we've
Now we're
just
going to get a storm in a teacup.
yeah,
Like that.
yeah, it came
Okay,
almost all the way back down to value low.
1.61 million.
Value low. Look at it.
1.6, 1,600,000. Yeah, 1.6.
It's a little higher.
Guys, move it over to crude oil.
I've got it up here.
Oh, I
sure
can't see
Dee
it.
does.
I can't see it. On the
Yeah.
screen?
I've got it on the screen.
There it is.
Ah, there it is.
Gas inventories coming in at 1.7. Distillate inventories coming in at 5.2. And once again here, crude oil inventories 1.6.
So we've rotated through the value area already,
Yes.
inventories, and we did extend further from the initial balance. But again, knowing the inventories, they have this nasty tendency to reverse and then to create a neutral day on a lot of the days. So yeah, you can get a trending day sometimes, but that's not really the norm. So if anything, I might be looking for longs somewhere here. We also have a demand level and an average session low at 75.41, which kind of encompasses that demand level. And the one that I'm talking about is here.
Tilt's getting a little tilty on the NASDAQ, a little heavy on the buy side to the longs. Just a little heads up. Average longs are 06, 15,106. This is the average longs. There's 73% of all open positions, 76% of all open positions are long. That is getting tilty.
Yes, it is. It's pretty heavy.
Tilty. I love
But
that.
watch it when it gets really heavy like this. And Dean, I want to go back to you, but watch it when it does push. So you got to think about everybody kind of getting long. Now it's at 80%. It's at 15s. I'm going to take it from that swing high that John talked about a while back.
Yeah, it didn't close the gap in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm watching that. All right, Deanna, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I would be looking to go long here if the market gives me an opportunity, and if we're still messing around at these levels in another half an hour, and if these single prints are still there, I might even want to fade the single prints rather than keep going. However, in order for that to happen, I first need to wait until this settles and then to get some kind of a reversal pattern, which we already kind of have on a 5-minute chart. But because it's still so close from the inventories, I'm going to wait a little while longer. Furthermore, on the daily chart, there is some demand level. There's a reaction from that breakaway that we had yesterday. And these levels can be quite good for intraday setups because we're not looking for a move to last for several days or several weeks. I'm literally just looking for a level that's going to sustain some kind of a move away for about half an hour, maybe an hour. And then I don't care what happens after that.
Okay. Boy, that was a great level.
Yeah.
In the NASDAQ I'm talking about, sorry.
Yeah, NASDAQ was awesome, yeah.
Equities heavy long.
Everything's
Yeah.
heavy long. I'm short from 15s, taking some heat on that, but not to, I mean, like 5 handles.
All right, let's see if I can get a reversal from a Renko chart here because the 5 minutes is already reversed, so we're going to see.
Man, oh man, NASDAQ is really long, 84%.
I just got short 8 lots.
Yeah, I'm short too.
This is the highest.
I'm trying to trade my way out of this
This is
sucker.
the highest I've seen it, guys, in weeks. Both of them. So watch what happens. I'm not saying anything. That they have been paying the herd, so don't think, oh, whoa, nothing's going to be for sure. And they've kind of fading. They're peeling off a little bit.
Now, Hoops telling us to remember what Trades by Matt said yesterday. Watch the 80s and the 20s.
Yep. Those are
80s and the 20s.
All right, I'm long crude
Thanks,
oil
Sue.
75.96, just a one lot.
Okay.
All right, I'm taking a couple of the 8 lots off.
Yeah, this is really cool because I mean, coming off that low, 84% of traders were long NASDAQ.
I got a 3 lot sitting on John. I'm going to put it back on 20. I'm going to let this one, if it wants to run, it can run. If not,
Are you still short? I'm short. Are you still short?
I was short from 15s, 18s, and 20s. And then it was very super effing long. Everybody was one way, guys. It's just if we did a poll, and we saw 90% of y'all wanted to get long. Just mark it on your chart. That's all you have to do. You don't have to trade it. Just mark it on your chart and learn from it. You don't even have to trade off of it.
I put a text down here saying 84% long on my chart.
Perfect, Tony. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
That'll help us. So, guys, that was one little thing that we showed you. We haven't seen it that long, and see how quickly it pivoted.
This is the last time I put one on there was 75% short. Look where we went.
Yeah, and look, it still can't catch a bid. Guys, when we see it that long, this is a perfect example. Remember, the whole herd has been getting paid. The whole herd got one way. Everybody saw that easy trade. Everybody thought it was going to bounce back. I'm just talking it out. I don't know if that's exactly it, but just think about it. The longs came back in at 15. 15 was that swing high Johnny mentioned on the way down. Down, it paused. On the way up, buyers came in at that price. So I'm going to say,
I'm short from 78.5 production. Sorry.
I'm short from 15s. Got out of one more. I'll let this 2 lot now ride.
So now all of a sudden you're looking pretty good, Michael.
Well, I had a bunch of people saying, every time I tune in, MP's down. I mean,
you read those
welcome to trading, man. My P&L's going to move. I'm keeping one of them on. I'm keeping.
One of the things, though, Michael, is that, some of these days you come back in the afternoon and bring all that back, plus more.
Yeah, yesterday I scratched up. I've made 2,700 Monday. Yesterday I lost 2,800. And then today I'm up 2,000 so far. I've skied 2 days this week. Broke even. I mean, my work-life balance is it's where I want to be. And do I want to be up more? Yes. Have I been trading that well? No. See the buyers starting to come back in again? They're coming back in at the 12s. They're coming back in. Right? Watch tilt. Tilt's on the top of your screen. Watch it as it scrolls across NASDAQ. It's going to, those Topstep X folks, you're going to see it right there, real time. We're going to be removing it from the top of the screen, so only people that trade on Topstep X get it. It's the benefit of trading on Topstep X. It will be free for a while, but then we will be having a price tag on it. It is valuable information. We will want to be tracking who is using it, and those people that are using it most likely will go to live level really much more quickly, is my hypothesis. We don't know yet. The risk managing team has the final decision on that one. But I am a believer that if you get good at this, it's another important or helpful tool to your overall tool. Matt, Trades by Matt, yesterday was on here talking about how he uses it. There's just one thing he added to his.
He called it another tool in the shed.
Another tool. In the
No.
D, you're
cousin.
You're long.
I'm long, yeah.
Long
I'm
crude.
75.96.
Under your short 98s? 78s?
78 halves, yeah.
So 78 halves. Yeah, that was when I was trading 15s, right? On the NASDAQ. I don't know if you were watching.
Yeah.
Oh, it may do this retest, right, guys? It always, like John, you said a retest price level.
Does all the time. That's why I try not to move my chart, move my stops up. Because a good level, can get revisited several times.
Yep.
I'm just keeping this one on in case it runs because it was so heavy. Now, when I think about the tilt, and Andre, I know you play. When I think about the tilt, again, it's on the top of your screen. It's all open positions here at Topstep in real time, and they're biased. Are they long or they're short? There's only two things they could be, long or short. And then we'll show you, and it'll be in Topstep X. The long bias is 83% in the NASDAQ, up to the 20s, 16.120s.
Yep.
And we were all talking about it. Even Johnny got excited.
Yeah.
And
Marie's looking to reload down there at 16.088.
To the long side, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah. It might be ranging here a little bit, but that's the tilt. That's what we're going to talk about. It is unique and only it's proprietary to Topstep. Nobody else has this that I know of. You can see FX companies will give you a bias of like their position, but it's not. I don't think they share it in real time, and I don't think
they do real time either,
or per product, or maybe they do. I don't know. We're going to talk about it here because that's it's a tool in my shed. It's a tool in Trades by Matt's shed, Andre's shed. Johnny just has a lawnmower and a weed whacker in here.
Trade whacker.
Trade whacker.
Lawnmower.
Hey, just a heads up, talking about excitement, I think we'd really get excited if we had some people putting in likes. We've got over 4,000 people watching in on here and only 864 likes. Please, if you could, we would appreciate it. Remember, we're here for you, and hopefully you're here for us. And let's get this like up. And don't forget to subscribe. We want to do that, that's for sure.
Hey, Eddie.
Yes.
Are we still on for if we get 3,000 likes in a day, you'll wear the Packers cheese head?
Yeah.
Oh man. I mean, that's like I said, yeah, that's sacrilege. You know how big of a Bear fan.
A deal's a deal.
You did say, Eddie. You did
3,000. All right. I think we could do that with 4,000 people watching.
Yeah, guys, just hit. All we need is 90% of you to tilt your ass over to the
begging for love around here.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the show here today. I'm loving it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Darius said Robinhood had this. Now, Andre, you remember this. There was some individual
oh, yeah.
that tapped into Robinhood's open API and was sharing all that back in the memer days. I always call it, not the Bieber days, the memer, like 2020, 2021. And then I think they shut off their open API. I think probably because Ken Griffin from Citadel goes, hey, guys, wait.
We're paying for that.
We're paying for that.
Yeah, what do you think we're paying for? Yes, I remember that.
Order flow is very important. It is. It is apparently with Citadel buying all the order flow of Robinhood, it is legal with the regulators. They didn't do anything with it. They gave it the thumbs up. So
Regulators.
Mount up.
All right, we're down here. Ann likes the. She was. You said John down here.
Yeah, she's looking to reload for longs down there at 16,088.
Boy, we got conflicting opinions right now.
Crude oil making a move upside.
Nice.
So, how much of watching a trader on that rally up? Like Danny's trades came on there. He does a 50 handle stop. You would have had to hold on to that rally up in the morning out of the gate. Mm-hmm. That just was a rip your face off rally.
Tough trade, man.
You got Patrick Whelan coming in here and saying boom, and he probably is on the boat right now, which is smart. But like to hold that position and then to get this long, to me that's a tough ass trade. I don't know. I mean. It pivoted. I mean, it's literally like a U-turn. Now, if you had a 50 handle stop and you got short 70s,
oh yeah,
you're okay. If you got short, even out of the open 60s, you're still okay on a 50 handle. Well, sort of. No, yeah, it's a highs with those.
This is always a problem with holding trades slightly longer.
Yeah,
you have to account for these. Moves against your position.
Yeah.
And really that's where data can help you, because if you're not confident enough to find a good trade location, then none of that will work. But if you are confident that you identified a level where such a move is possible and you have the trade duration that goes on for a couple of hours or 4 hours, then trade location becomes even more important. Mm-hmm. For some of these shorter scalps, you don't have to be that accurate, especially if you have a super liquid market, because as I've learned from John, the momentum will account for the poor choice of a trade location. But sometimes when you have markets that are chopping up and down, like NASDAQ has been doing recently, that becomes very difficult as well. So some sort of a trade location idea also needs to come into consideration. But anytime you want to trade for a slightly longer, you really need to make sure that your trade locations are in order. So you can't be getting involved middle of the middle.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Noxious, you said Danny trades as a 50 tick stop versus a 50 handle stop. I don't know. I heard points. Handles are points.
I heard handles as well.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It handles guys as a point. NASDAQ from 16,102 to 16,103, not the quarters and the halves and the 75 and the evens. Those are ticks. So that's what we.
Right. I took $480 there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
Long's building up again on the old tilt.
Back here at the
Same levels.
They love this even area up here. Deanna, you're having a good week.
Yep.
It's Wednesday. Let's just say we end today good. You talked about yesterday being great. What does your Thursday and Friday look like as a trader?
If I've done really well by Thursday, I will stay on the sidelines more than trying to look for more trades, because at that point it becomes about preserving the profits that I've made over the last 3 days.
Right.
Now, if I did okay, but I'm still not exactly happy with the amount of profit that I've had, I might still get involved, but I will look for stronger setups. So again, I will be very selective over which kind of trades I'm doing. If I've had an okay week or a smashing week, I usually take the Friday off.
Got it. Okay, guys, there's where there's one trader here. There's a story for you. Digest it however you want. Add it to your trading plan. Let it go in one ear, out the other, if you want. But thank you, Deanna, and that's excellent. Guys, ticks, whatever he says, ticks or stops. If he has 50 ticks, that's 10 points. So I don't know.
He said 50 ticks. Yeah.
Okay, he says ticks, but you okay, whatever. I'm moving on.
Huh?
He can come in and hear correct.
Yeah, let him speak for himself.
Yeah, he'll speak for himself. What do you do?
There you go.
And trades. Size trader, Michael.
Yeah, no. When he was talking about wanting to go, thinking it's going up, I put like 7 on with him. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start doing this when I got you guys on here. Just you like the trade, I'll be one of these guys that says I'm following you. I've made 2,700 on it. So that was nice. That was Monday.
Nice. Yeah.
I can't say it was my trade decision, but still made.
No, but you actually bailed early, so that was fine. You actually did a lot better than most people, because you bailed it on time and you went and did skiing. Yeah,
I went right after that. Yes, 2,700. I sent it to Andre. I go, I just paid for my season pass, which is 2,700, and then I went skiing. Next day, I proceeded to lose 2,800, but that's just because I came in guns a-blazing. The first 15 minutes with Matt, I was like, oh, I got God's gift to trading yesterday.
I was watching yesterday. It's like 1 minute open. Stop.
Like right out the gate.
Yeah.
And Anne Marie has just said in the chat that she's happy to see you. It's good to see you here.
Deanna or us? Or
who?
Anne Marie said that to Deanna.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Thank you. Well, hopefully we can share the stage at some point. I really enjoyed the interview that you did with Hogue a few weeks ago.
Deanna, what's your setting on Renko charts? Got a question out there?
Yeah, it's indicator coordinates on Renko, and it comes with wicks on Renkos. So my setting is 8 and 4. I can show you that.
8 and 4. Okay. And then another question is
wick size is 8. Trend threshold is 4.
Okay. Another question for you was the 30-minute level. Why'd you choose it on a long on CL?
Yeah, so multiple reasons. If you remember, I was doing the top-down approach. So the first thing that I was looking at was the daily chart and this reversal we had. So this whole area has been ranging for a few days. So when the market makes a bullish engulfing, so there's a bullish engulfing 2-candle pattern. Let me increase that.
There you go.
So this is a 2-candle pattern. That's a new demand level. So when the price comes back to test the edge of that demand, usually there's some sort of a reaction from it. So if you can match those levels with your intraday profile and a whole bunch of other things, they're really strong trade locations. So if now you look at the 30-minute chart, we had a value acceptance that rotated all the way through. Now inside this demand level, from the daily chart, there's also another intraday demand that was from yesterday's trading. So here they are. You can even see a high volume node here. You don't have to look at it's a matter of preference. I look at the candlesticks because I've been doing that for a very long time. But you can actually see the same thing in the volume profile. So here I have the TPO profile. This is the volume profile. So I have everything on the same chart. Very easy. I don't have to like switch and change and everything. I just click one button and it will there for me. So that was the second reason. And inside this intraday demand, we also had the average session low that didn't really get reached. However, we had the exhaustion of the average daily range that was slightly higher, so just above that. That was at 75.90. So all of that basically it stacked up a whole bunch of things in my favor. Usually I'm not that crazy to go against the value acceptance because on a lot of the times it will just keep going. But in this context, when we have all of these little demands on multiple time frames that were created at different times, it showed me that this is a very good opportunity for a long trade. So even if I had lost this, I would have been absolutely fine taking this trade. So trade location matters. The success of your trade is secondary to your trade locations, because sometimes you might be right on the direction, but you're using a super tiny stop loss, or you're using a stop loss that is right at the round number, or some combination of a bad execution practice. But when things line up like this, to me, that's like super obvious. That's why I went in. I know I said, I'm going to wait, but this is something that I am very flexible with. If all the pieces of the puzzle line up at the right time, I'm definitely going in. So
okay, going in right now, guys. Going in again is the longs, 83%, 77%, NASDAQ and S&Ps, huge numbers. I added 2 onto my one. You could definitely see this thing. I'm gonna take actually one off. I could definitely see this thing ripping, and then so I'm gonna take everything off. I feel like
heat on all these positions, not trade.
Hey, Shy City locals, I got a question for all of you. Now, a lot of us that go through the combine and get funded, we always sort of stumble, hit a wall. David Regalato is asking, any tips for us who already have blown funded accounts and never tasted even a single cent of a payout?
And tips. You gotta get back on the horse, right? You can't. I don't know. What do you think, Michael? I don't know if you get.
I'm in a position.
Yeah, so am I.
I tell you, one of the things I've noticed is that a lot of people, once they get funded, they're swinging for the fence. They're not continuing what they're doing prior to what got them there. And once you get to that promised land, I mean, you've got to tap the brake a little bit more than you did in the trading combine.
Yeah, I would say a lot more, because the game changes completely. A lot of people get this dopamine rush from getting funded because it's such a goal that everybody seeks for such a long time. So when it happens for the first time, everyone's like on a high. And that causes your dopamine levels to go out of whack. So naturally, with that comes increased motivation and productivity. What does that spell for traders? More trading, which is the worst thing you can possibly have. If you're aware of that, get ahead of it. Trade the smallest you possibly can, at least for the first few days or few weeks, until your body goes through that dopamine rise and crash and comes back to baseline. You'll be much better off. So don't go chasing positions like a nutcase. Just going, oh my God, like we constantly see people who are getting funded and then they blow the account in like a day or like 5 days. It's like, ooh, you lost.
They turn into grasshoppers or Muppets.
Yeah, but that's because of the dopamine levels being out of whack. There's no other reason. So if you're aware of that, you're just going to go, okay, now is the time to slow it down. Like you say, John, maintain the account. The first goal of the funded account is not to make money. It's to keep the account.
Right. You've got to be careful.
Don't go chase.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say some stupid line about don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yikes.
I know. Thanks for cutting me off.
One of the things we talked about yesterday with Coach Dakota is like we said, you got to have that break on, and getting to that point, you got to build a foundation first before you start building a building. You've got to have a safety net before you walk the tightrope, and that's what the main focus is. Once you get to that point, take it slow. All right. Small profits, they're going to add up. They're going to give you that safety net. They're going to give you that foundation. And this is something that you've got to work to.
All right, I'm pretty short right here.
I know you are. So
Yeah.
How many you got on?
6.
Wow.
I like the tilt super heavy. Came right back
there.
But now if it firms up, like it could start growing. It could start growing legs. And I do not like the fact it's not pulling back yet. And I got a shoulder of the volume node right here, John.
Yeah.
At the 20s.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then I have this bullshit 34 stuff up here.
Yeah. I mean, it's a low volume node above where we are here, right around, kind of goes into low volume around 25. And you got a little bit of a kind of a bump here at 30.
Yeah.
So that's pretty decent risk, but above that, your risk is up to like 146.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh shit. Yeah.
I brought 6 light down at 2 right now. Seeing if this can be a runner, a run on the stops, a little wick to the upside.
You got tilt on your side here.
We have that.
Yeah, so I would definitely be careful of the 46 and in NASDAQ because that's where the supply is on a 30-minute chart.
Okay, thank you.
Kakashi was asking, do I have any trading psychology books? Funny you should ask.
Does he ever? 85%.
Jared Tendler is going to be with us today. This is one of the books, The Mental Game of Trading. Mental Game of Trading. The author is going to be here with us today at 11 o'clock. So it's a really good book. It's got a lot of actionable items in it. Anne Marie's book, The Trading Book, also an excellent book. You got the Mark Douglas books. There's Trading in the Zone, and this is my personal favorite of his, The Disciplined Trader. So there's lots of good books.
There are lots of good books, but I would just be a little bit careful applying psychology before you actually have good levels.
Yes.
Psychology is definitely, obviously, the name of the game. However, without the levels, I feel that a lot of people go to the psychology first. You know, you need to learn how the market moves, where it turns around. This is pure data, right? Once you have that, if you're still messing up your positions, then it's time to turn to psychology because then that's something that is holding you back probably from childhood, from when you were like 3 years old.
Right.
Really?
It's never something recent. It's always something that you perceived as a really young child, a toddler. And everybody's got different experiences. So I've met some extremely successful people. I'm not going to name any names, but there's a doctor who I've mentored as a trader, and he is exceptionally capable. He is extremely successful, very intelligent, but he was adopted as a child. So all the way through, he's doing these like amazing trades, and he's like, "This is not good enough. How do I get better?" And I was like, man, you're really hard on yourself, like for no reason. You're a good trader. Like, what's going on? Like, we all have muppety moments. That's normal. But really, out of everybody that I've met, I'm like, you're solid. Like, I don't know what, like, this is it. It doesn't get better than this. And he's like, oh, I'm sure I can get better. And then as we kind of talked, he mentioned that he has this hang up, how he's not good enough because he was perceived to be slower than everybody else because he didn't have a good start in life, which is absolutely not true. So you have to do this Socratic questioning of all the stuff that happens in your head that your inner critic tells you. Is that really, is it really true? Does it even hold any weight in reality? Look at your life. You know, if you're a successful person and you're still very hard on yourself, then it's probably very likely that you're being too hard on yourself when it comes to trading.
Wait, Dan, was this a trader? You're mentoring another trader, right?
Yeah.
So how was it bleeding into their trades? How was it bleeding into their trades?
He was second guessing himself. He was second guessing himself. So he would find an excellent trade. He would go into a trade, and then he would take 1.5 hours. So he would take, instead of 70 ticks, he would take 50 ticks. And he would be kicking himself that he didn't take the full 2 hours because it went to 2 hours. And I'm like, it's fine, dude. It's like, you took profits. Like, it was a statistically viable profit target. Don't beat yourself up over that. It's fine. And then when he would have a losing trade, he would be like, why did this happen? Was this a bad trade location? But I'm like, no, it was a good trade location. Trade just didn't work out. And he's like, but how can I make it work? And I'm like, some trades just don't work out. We have to be
some
okay
trades
with
just
that.
don't work out as right. It's man, what? Yeah,
Here's something for everybody.
Yeah,
This is what we think we are, and this is actually what we are.
it's true.
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
We're all energy and light. We
Yeah.
think we're darkness and weakness. We are not.
that's right. Yeah,
This
we're-
game though, this nothing makes you question yourself like this game though. I'll tell you
Oh
that.
my God.
100%.
I love it, man. I love the roller coaster. I love the grind.
Yeah, as soon as you have a couple of bad days, you're like, can I do this?
Yep.
Do I
Even after
even
20
want
years
to
of
do
doing
it?
this, you still have those thoughts. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, for sure. But as long as you stop the thoughts and recognize that it's just your random thought processes happening,
Yep.
rather than giving in to your negative thoughts. So tone
God, I'm
down
glad we have this
the
team
inner
together.
critic.
You know, you know what's great is to have a position on, and also to be listening to you guys. Remain calm, and I just start listening. Okay, maybe I start listening to this podcast right here, and while you guys are talking, I'm kind of filling up the think tank while I'm watching the position and things like that. And even when it gets me, I would be learning from that. And it's kind of fun to learn from you guys as you're trading. And I'm sure everybody here is trading, of course, in positions or not. But that was good stuff. Thank you guys for that.
You know, there's a lot of things that I've dealt with and a lot of things that I continue to deal with. You know, just because you think you've overcome one of your barriers, they do come back and bite you in the butt once in a while.
Hey, 100 lot of the flashing in here. Just sorry, John. 100 lot
That's
of flashing at the 10s, at the 112s, 110s, or wherever it was.
Yeah, well, we have some space up until that 46.
Yeah, I got short up there, pretty heavy. So
Yeah. Was it just 6 or what?
I went to 10.
Yeah, I knew it.
It was rounding, Andre. It was rounded.
One of the things you want to think about is also, I mean, there's the psychology. There are the barriers that we all have, and some of those are kind of ingrained. Like Deanna said, you know, there's a relationship that you have with money too, and how you make money is part of that relationship. For a long time, you know, I mean, I worked hourly jobs, you know, even on the trading floor, it was kind of an hourly job until I really got on kind of a salary as a clerk. But when I finally got my seat and I was standing in the pit and I'm like, okay, now what do I do?
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, if you aren't ready to kill what you eat, it's going to be a barrier for you. And it was a barrier for me. And then, you know, I kind of found out a while back, long time ago, that we all have an attitude about money. Some of us think that money is dirty and that people that make a lot of money do it by cheating. And if that is a mindset that you have, it's something you really want to work your way through. I mean, I had that a little bit. There was somebody that I thought was really wealthy that was really mean to me. And I kind of equated, well, if that's wealthy, I don't want to be like that guy. Hence, I don't want to be wealthy. And this was a barrier that I, you know, have dealt with and have been dealing with since the beginning of my trading. And, you know, do we really sabotage ourselves, or do we cut winners because of this? You know, if I'm making too much money, does that mean I'm dirty, or is money actually dirty? You got to have a good attitude and a healthy respect for money. You know, for a long time I thought, well, you know, money only matters if I don't have any.
Yeah,
and then you find out what it's like not having any.
Exactly.
Yeah, right? I've had somebody who, because I'm not somebody who's super flashy. I lead I would say a pretty normal life. But having said that, I do like my little trinkets, and I don't really limit myself to, going to nice restaurants or anything like that. So I'm not that careful with money. I do like to spend it. And there was this person who knew me from the days when I was a musician. I was still doing pretty well, but nothing like, trading. So things have changed since. And and we basically sat down, and then I just ordered like an expensive dish. And the friend was like, "Oh, really?" And I'm like, like what? Like,
Yeah, really what?
It's like, really? You're ordering the most expensive dish? And
What
I'm
was,
like,
hey,
"No."
Deanna, real quick, what was the dish?
I was like some squid stuff, like I quite.
What?
Like,
Isn't that the cockroach of the sea?
Apparently, yes.
No, that's what, it's lobster. Isn't it? Does he say about lobster?
Lobsters are the insects of the sea. Yeah,
The cockroaches.
I love lobster. It's great.
Yeah.
So she got into this whole discussion how now I've changed, and I'm like it's one dish, dude. Like just chill. Like what is the matter?
You've changed. Oh yeah.
I've changed. I'm ordering lobster. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, Hunter. Yeah, that happened. Yeah, it's happened. I mean, as I've grown in trading, but then as I started at Topstep, and then you start. I don't know. It's a tough thing, and you want your friends start to change. And
you start to notice the difference in almost like the status, which it's not very nice. Obviously, I would wish that it doesn't happen, but at the same time, it's the people around you who changed. Unfortunately, I don't think I changed. Just because I like slightly finer things. Squid. Yeah, I'm eating some squid. I'm a terrible person. Yeah, what can I say? It's just the people around you start to change, and then my experience is that unfortunately, as you grow in status, you usually can't keep the same people around you because it's not a very good environment. Because then you're like there was moments also when people find out like what I do and how much money I make, and people are like observing you. They're not talking to you. They're like observe. Like I don't know whether you know what I mean. But
yeah, you're like a fish in a fishbowl.
Like what are you wearing? And like what does it matter? It's like
it's hard. People
get a distance yourself.
I think it's also age. Go ahead, Eddie.
You gotta. People will find people. That's like they say. You know what? If you're looking for love, love will find you. It's the same thing. You will find people that really don't look at you that way. That look at you as what's on the inside instead of what's on the outside.
Exactly.
And it takes time, and that's when you filter and you filter people out, and that's one of the good things about happy having so many people on
really quickly, because I want to go right back to this, but like the market did pivot right at that when everybody got long up there.
Yeah, it took forever though.
I covered my last one at 04.
I'm still short.
2,800. I'll take that. But
you got a weak low. You got a weak low, Andre. You're all right now.
Yeah, okay. And those who asked for my stops, it was up at 40 on that one. But Eddie, go ahead on the last point that you were making.
No, I'm just saying that you like I said, when you're looking for love, that's probably the worst thing you can do. Is love will find you. And same thing with friendship. When you're looking and you're pushing for friendship, more or less you're going to be finding the wrong people. And I mean, there's so many people on this beautiful blue marble. You'll find a good group of friends.
I think
as your life changes, so should your environment.
Yes, I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you got people that like I'm 44, so in my 30s, everybody. I was in Chicago. Everybody's doing 20s. Everybody's doing the same thing. We're all like-minded, birds of a feather. Like, oh, you're working, you're grinding. But then like you see certain people that kind of go off the map. They either move back home or they fall into some rut. And you see the other ones that keep grinding, and you stay in contact with them because there's a certain level of success and respect of what they've done. And then you also get the ones that then get kids or another thing in their life, and then you I know we're making all new friends here, and not a like let's make new friends way, but like now our kids hang out with them, and they're similar and they're same age, and they've done certain things that are impressive, and you're like, okay, cool. So it's kind of like, I don't know.
It's the same thing. Yeah. Anything that changes your life and pushes it to another level or pushes it to a different situation, obviously your environment changes with it. But there's a lot of people who try to hold on to the old life because they're like, oh, these are my childhood friends. Well, maybe you've grown past that, and that's okay. Like, be okay with growth.
So I mean, to roll it back.
Deanna, I was going to say, I still have a group of about 5 or 6 friends from grade school that I consider brothers. You know,
one of my best friends. She doesn't even live in the same country. She lives in Virginia. I live in London. We've been friends since 12. But at the same time, she's pushed and pulled, and she's done a whole bunch of stuff in her life, and we're still very close friends. Like, we don't see each other very often, but she came to London literally like a couple of months ago. We spoke like no time has gone by. Like, literally, like I saw her yesterday.
That's a true friend.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
a true friend.
So there are exceptions.
Yeah, so the sell-off's continuing in the NASDAQ. We're around our lows. That was an excellent, like, the 30. John, you said the 30s? Who said the 30s up there? There was
that was the kind of where the volume was running out up there.
Yep, so it did run out and it pushed up to 30-something.
Yeah.
And now there's a chance of going back to value high.
Yeah, so there was a great play. And guys, the herd got paid in the morning, is getting a little dinged up now. They're all getting long 15s, and then they got long the 20s, and then it went up to 31. So if you're thinking about you were that guy getting long, well, you were in the look at the sell-off. See, these sell-offs.
Why did I stand?
The sell-offs can be vicious when you
got out.
I got out. Tilt got flat, or Tilt went 50-50 on me.
Yeah,
Tilt
we
went
go.
Tilt did go 50-50.
Value high on the cards. Come on.
Okay, guys.
Congratulations.
This setup right here on the tilt, the setup on the tilt right now, I want you guys all just understand it a little bit. It got so heavy up there. Now, when I think about this really quickly, I think about all the active traders at TradeAvate, at Dorman, at MF Global. Right? Yeah, I know. He just took you out for 80 grand, 100 grand, Andre, when MF Global blew up. But all these active traders out here, you and I, that aren't at Topstep, that are out trading out there, they probably had the same strong bias. I can't imagine it was exactly the opposite. So when I talk about the tilt, I think about all those live positions that are out there. And I get that, you get that feedback, instant feedback from the tilt on what all of us are thinking in the sim environment, because the sim environment is sharing literally our data, our trades. In the live world, you can't aggregate all that information and do all that, because like that's live trading. So this is data we share, and data that you can use or not part of your trading plan. So it's data on real-time biases that could be similar to the thousands, hundreds of thousands of active traders that are in a brokerage account right now. That's just kind of what I think about stuff like that. Eddie, sorry to cut you off.
No, I was going to say congratulations. Ronnie passed his second combine.
Nice.
And Gilberto just passed his second combine also today. So good stuff. If you are off to the races and off to a funded account, let us know here. If we do see it, we'll give you a shout out. If we do miss it, I apologize. I apologize for that. We'll make sure we get that again. But congratulations.
Yes, there will be a practice account for those that are on Topstep X. That's coming every week. You probably see something new. So I saw that question there. Also, Umer, MP3K next. That's when you get and I'm going to ask everybody here, guys. You ever get to like a number and you want to make it a big fat round number in your P&L, and then you try to go towards that? Like you got 2,700. You want to get
I stopped doing that. It never worked because
never works.
Much more chasing that tiny. It's negative risk reward at that point. You're chasing a tiny little bit of the amount to hit the round number, and you're risking all of your profits. So if you're close to your daily target, just walk away and be happy.
exactly.
What about you, Michael? Do you do that?
I moved, Andre. Yeah, I moved away.
Yeah, and stupid. You look back on it, you're like, why? You're like up $2,700. You're trying to go for 3,000. You're like, why did I care about that extra $300?
Yeah, it's like so irrelevant to the grand scheme.
So irrelevant.
Yeah.
Well, unless
jump in.
What's that?
It's past 10 o'clock, and check your email because we've sent out another run for those that would like to try our Topstep X. So check your email, and we're going to be doing this all week. So
yeah,
if it's today and you're on the list, don't freak, don't panic. Maybe tomorrow's your day.
Yeah, and I feel
that anyone short right now.
Yeah,
Negative.
Michael, are you short?
no, I covered around the evens. I mean, it was an incredible
Why,
short.
what do you see below here, Johnny?
No, I'm just asking.
Oh,
Yeah, we're good. We've got a IB extension here into value from.
I'm currently trying to trade myself out of a hole right now.
Volume value.
Yeah,
into
volume
NASDAQ.
value, but TPO value is still.
TPO value is a lot lower.
Yeah. Hey, Hoop, you're right. I wanted a runner,
Keep the run.
but I wanted to lock in 2,700 up Monday, 2,700 down Tuesday, 2,800 up. So I am.
You're on the roller coaster.
Yeah, I'm on a Legoland roller coaster. Can you show the picture of the roller? Show the picture I was on.
We've got a case of Patak's mixed pickle.
Exactly. Thanks, Deanna.
Well, we do got some people that are making headway and trading well. Jack showed up at the combine. We've also got George K past 100K.
That's Deanna. You know, when I first started trading, I had to tap into my rich family. That makes the sauce to really cover all my loss. Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah. No, that's what I was saying.
We were farm.
Can we see that again?
Was what? Yes.
That is. It's out of India, so I don't have any
sauce.
I don't have any family in India, but yeah.
Patak's mixed pickle sauce. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Is it good?
Yeah, it's really good. I buy them all the time. Like, they're awesome. If you want to like whip up an Indian dish really quickly, like, it's really good. You just put all the spices in, you put the sauce in, you add whatever protein you want, and done. It's done. Like, all of it is really quite good. They don't have like any artificial stuff in there either, so it's pretty healthy. Nice. It's great. So well done, Patak's family.
Well, I mean, it's not mine, but I guess I
know, I'm joking.
My great grandpa from Czech Republic would have went down to India and started a company. I doubt
you
it.
never know. You never know. Yeah.
Hey, John, do you use the standard TPO indicator?
Well, yeah, it is adjusted to kind of separate regular trading hours from the overnight. And, you know, the settings for like the NASDAQ, gold, crude, I use, single tick TPOs. But for the NASDAQ, which is so rangy, I use whole handles for one TPO. Mm-hmm. So there are some adjustments to it, but it's standard. There's not too many different ways you can adjust the market profile. People do separate, hourly profiles, that kind of stuff. I've never been into that. So
no, me neither.
Mm-hmm.
Really quickly, Dala, you're from India. Do you see that Patak? I don't even know if that's how they pronounce it, but that's how on the shelf out there, because it's like, me putting a ragu sauce up there for Deanna, be like, this is the greatest stuff here in the States. It's not,
Yeah, no, knowing how it is over here, this is probably a British Indian family. So I doubt that they will actually be in India, but I don't know. Like, let's see.
All right, the market keeps making new lows, guys. We're on our lows yet again.
Yeah.
Who here got short up there? Who here got do a poll? Who here got short up there at the 20s, the 15s, the 20s, and the 30s because of tilt? The conversation because of tilt.
That would have kept me from getting long. I'll tell you that much.
There you go.
So it's a 70 handle sell off from them. Patak is check.
What I'm really upset about is, I had the weekly kickoff dead ass high of the week so far.
Sevens.
I got out of a long there, but I didn't take the damn short.
So ES is tagging value high from yesterday.
It just bounced off for a settlement too, Deanna. Right here, both of them. Both, or no, sorry, not both of them.
No, not both of them. ES settlement is lower, and Q settlement and value high are pretty similar.
Both of my 5-minute and my 30-minute NASDAQ settlement. That's what I was. Of course it did.
Hey, getting back to that sauce, it is available on Amazon, and there's a lot more than.
There's loads of stuff. Yeah,
there's loads of stuff.
Yeah, they have a very good range. Yeah, but I thought that the mixed pickle would be pretty appropriate for
Mixed pickle.
for us. I'm just joking. I had it in the pantry already.
Is there any reviews like that Patak shit sucks?
I was gonna say you got your name on
Let's
it.
see here.
No,
Patak.
all the reviews are
There
pretty
will
good.
be.
Well, the coconut sauce is getting 4.5 stars. Let's see. The
probably gonna be,
mango
like,
simmer
not
sauce is
spicy
getting
enough.
4 out of 5.
Mango simmer? What?
Simmer sauce.
That's a marketing
The
word. There.
tiki masalsa sauce is getting almost 5 stars. They like the butter chicken simmer sauce.
Butter chicken.
It's
Yeah.
got 5
But
stars.
butter chicken is kind of like a tikka masala, anyways. Like I find them very similar.
It's not even available.
Yes, this is good stuff.
It's not available in India. Patak's not
No, it's not. Yeah, so they
don't want the competition.
When you go to India, it's actually pretty different. Obviously, most of the dishes are vegetarian, so this whole business of eating chicken, that's not what happens in India. I actually had a boss who was a British Indian, and he was born in New Delhi. He was very proud. He was born in New Delhi. Pretty cool dude. We still chat every so often because he lives not too far from where I am. So he said that none of the dishes that we have over in the Western countries are actually over there. It's just completely different.
Okay. All right, back on our lows again.
Back on Lowe's. Yep.
You ever have the McHugh sauerkraut?
What the hell is that?
That's sauerkraut, but I don't know what the McHugh. So
That's my last name. He's just trying to make a bad
really?
joke.
Right.
He's making a bad joke there, Deanna. That's all.
I've never called him McHugh because Andre's such a cool. Yeah,
It's he made a funny there.
I've known you since
Euro
what?
surfer.
He made a funny there.
Mm-hmm.
Make a joke.
Look, he's still laughing about it.
It's a joke. I
Waka
like
waka.
giving you.
All we need now is the Hogue jam.
Well, they got hoagies over here.
Oh, Jim.
Hoagies, yeah, we
Oh,
don't.
he's a
have it.
sandwich.
Yeah, I know. Nobody here knows because I heard it in Chicago, and I came back and I was like, oh yeah, would like a hoagie, and they're like, what? Like, nobody in the UK knows what a hoagie is. It's weird.
All right, so we have 38s on my 30-minute 200 period moving average, which I've always learned on moving averages. The red one, the 200 period moving, is like the Great Wall of China. The other 50, the 50 and the hundreds are like 50 is like a chain link fence. They'll push through it and stretch on it.
Is the value high?
The what? 38 is a value high. This is good to know.
Yep.
All right, guys. 16. Oh, 3,
got?
8 value high. And it's also 30 minute, which is a higher time frame than every tick traders.
That's all right. Higher time frames matter as well if we can match them with the intraday time frames.
Yeah, I agree. It also is right on settlement. There's a lot of things lining up here. Tilt's not telling us anything. But we're all looking at the same thing, though, right, Deanna? I mean, like, we're all looking at settlement. I don't know. It's kind of
Absolutely. There's so many different things that match up, but ultimately we are all looking at previous price activity.
Yeah.
So where is the most obvious level for the next long? And I would say value high in all of my tests always comes out as a high probability reversal level. And sure, yes, you can have a value acceptance, but not when you've already had such a huge jump off a cliff. So the longer the move is to the value high, the higher chances are that you can get a reversal there. So if you can find a reason to go into it, like you see some liquidity there, that will be a very good trade location for long.
right. Reason for the season.
Reason for the season.
Christmas, my wife was hanging up stuff yesterday.
Already.
I haven't got involved yet. I'm kind of like the last one who puts the star on top.
Doing all the heavy lifting around.
Yeah, all the heavy lifting. Somebody's got to climb up on the ladder. Futures forever. You said, is Topstep X going to have an open API? Yes. So any of you guys that know how to, it's going to be very simple for
So badass.
the basic. It is going to have everything that you guys have ever wanted in a platform with TradingView as your chart package. So that's another cool thing. So good question.
Boy, Barkin really triggered this sell-off today.
Yeah, we're kind of rejecting value, aren't we, D?
Do you guys remember Maria Bartiromo back in like the late 90s, early 2000, when she'd be on CNBC and people call her and be like, Maria, I really love you. And every time you wear red, the market rallies. What? Then she went over to Fox and did news for whatever.
Hey, John, we got a
rally sweater.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Rally. I should put on the rally sweater now. We can rally.
I thought it was a cardigan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Johnny.
Don't be calling.
John, we got a new trader here, Dylan. Could you explain value high and value low real quick?
Sure. So this platform is showing volume profile. So this is a little bit off from what we and Deanna are looking at for value, but here it is. Here's the market profile. If you're new to trading, this may be a little bit confusing, but this is yesterday's regular trading hour range. The value area is where 70% of the time of where price spent 70% of its time is from here to here. When we opened outside of range and value, we've moved back to test the high of value. Odds are we're going to probably have an overlapping to higher day, but what we're looking for is to see if price reaccepts inside value from yesterday, which could lead price to the lower side of value, or if it rejects at this level and we see a reversal and a return back to higher pricing. So the value area is
okay, hold on. Jay Van said his explanation's effing terrible, John, for a beginner. But he did an LOL. So when we say this, can we just give a quick Barney style definition of certain things like that you say just to kind of
MP? I think that what we could also do is post. I mean, Hogue went through the whole market profile stuff for an hour. I think some of the
I was going to suggest doing that.
Yeah. We'll see.
Perfect. Yeah, we don't want to repeat and repeat.
That one too.
Remember that one?
You're on fire today.
Wow. I feel good right now.
Yeah, I know you do. You got a lot more chatting in the last 30 minutes.
I got one meeting. It's for a half an hour with an interview with our engineering, possible engineering manager, and then nothing to do the rest of the day. So I'm going to go skiing.
I'm short crude oil from value high retest from the inside. So let's see if we can get another move down. 76.98, just a one lot.
Oh wow! Look at that.
What?
Oh, that's beautiful, Lee.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I never put
Explain.
expectations on any of my trades. Yeah, explain. So we had a value acceptance pretty early on in the session, and then we had the market testing the data demand. It went all the way up to the value high from the inside, and a lot of the times when that happens, the likelihood is that the value high from the inside will act as resistance, which is not the case normally when the price opens inside value. So again, context matters here. I'm not sure whether this is going to work or not. It's not the strongest setup, but it is something that I've observed as a potential setup on the inventories days when I am expecting a bit more of a range once we've established the high, the low, and now we're sort of in the middle. But basically, the idea is that the value high from the inside is going to bring another move back down.
Got it.
Coming up in just a few minutes, we will be having shoulder chat.
Just a few minutes.
Okay.
And considering how many people we've got watching here, I'm hoping that we can get some more likes here.
Let's get to 3,000 people.
Not that I want to wear a Packers.
Let's get to 3,000. He freak out.
Andre 3000.
Andre 3,000.
Yes, Andre 3000.
Do it for my namesake. Yes.
Yes.
Fade Master 2000.
It is the thumbs up right under the screen, not the heart in the chat, but it is. There it is, right there. There's a picture. That's what we want.
Don't hit that button. But hit this button. I haven't even
No.
I just
there is the likes and 1.8, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hey, we just had a poll out there, and I want to do another poll right behind it. 34%? Where'd the poll go?
66% missed it.
Yeah, okay. So I want to ask the 34%. Nobody else jump in here, please. I just want to find out. Did you make It moved up almost 100 handles. It's almost there. Got about 17 more to go ish. Did you make over $1,000 on that? I just want to find out of the people of the 34% or something like that that had the position open. Did you profit more than 1,000 on this move? Because that would have mean you picked on a one lot. You would have picked up 50 handles of the move. 50 handles. Okay, we just wait for the poll, guys, because it's hard to follow. Up 2.5.
There you go.
Yes, up 2,000.
There it is.
There's a poll. I will never say this is the holy grail. 67%, 50%, it's 56%, 54. Okay, I got a feeling 50-50. How is it 50-50?
People are still learning how to use it and what.
Oh, it's $1,000 too. So like, I didn't hold it for 50 handles, 50 ticks.
It all depends too on how many contracts they're putting on there.
That's true.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said 1,000. Making new lows, guys. That's why I said 1,000 because on one lot, 50 handles on a 100 handle move almost right now.
Okay, NASDAQ now finally getting to value high from yesterday.
Guys, kill that poll. I just want to find out if you profited on it. On that, so if you got short, the 15's up there. If you're part of the 34% that made money, did you? Or hold on, that did it? Did you make money? I mean, I don't know. I just want to find out.
Well, the majority is saying no here right now.
I know. Look, how did you trade it? Okay, all right. Well, there you go. Put that out there. That's kind of tough to do, but maybe you got new people.
You should also probably add other in there also for those that aren't trading the NASDAQ.
There's that.
Putting a vote in.
This is an all-time poll.
This is very specific to one person and one person.
I know. I put yes.
Yeah, give us a few more if conditions there.
All right.
Is your name Michael Patak, and did you make a G on that?
We talked out one thing. Yeah. All right, how about this? Who's up money today?
Oh, yes, good. We got the point.
I like not this point. I guess move it on. F tilt. Who's up money today? Just give some inspiration.
Must be the money.
Me.
John. Okay.
D. You.
D?
Yeah.
I'll put yes. Andre.
What? Oh no, negative. It was a lot worse. It was a lot worse than what you're seeing right now. So yeah, I'm digging myself out right now.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll put a poll out. We'll put a poll out there, guys, so you don't have to.
We got a good. Well, I think they're answering already. A lot are up today.
Good job.
Yeah. Right. Nice.
Well, the moves we had. I tell you, the moves that we're having here right now are giving us some good opportunity.
Yeah, it is. It's also a tough. I mean, the morning was tough. Just the pivot on the.
It was all good till Barkin started speaking.
Huh.
Yeah, whenever Barkin starts barking.
Barkin started barking, Deanna. Then
Yeah. Barkin's always barking.
put him in timeout.
Keystone we're up 2,700. That's nice. Curveball up 16, almost 1,700.
I was looking down.
Yeah. Barking.
Cameron Johnson up 7.7. Cameron, are you in the combine? Are you funded?
Yeah, that's a good one to ask too, Eddie. Or is it a personal brokerage account?
Right.
We want to know. Passing the 50K, Sebastian.
Pioneer Town Phil is here. Phil, did you see we put up your pictures today?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, Daniel's up 18 grand. Is that live at Topstep or live in your personal brokerage account? Daniel, 18 grand. That is our winner so far, right, Eddie?
That's a nice one. So, well, we're going to find out here very shortly. Here in we've got Shoulder Tap, and I think we've got Mick the Mustache is going to be with us here coming up.
Oh, first time this week.
Yeah, good to see Mick. I think it's Mick. I think so. But anyway, we are 10:33 here, Chicago time. So I think we're gonna run to a break, and we'll come back with Shoulder Tap. But any last comments here before we go to timeout?
Deanna, I had a great time with you today.
Great job.
Hell of a
Nice
training
training,
week. Thank you for being on.
Thanks. Yeah, I always have a good time here, so all good.
Awesome. Well, you have a great week. We don't see you the rest of the week, but we'll want to know on Monday how you ended your week. Just as a trader who's up midweek, well, help us all learn. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thanks,
great
Steve.
stuff.
Guys, I do smell smoke coming. Do you smell it?
From where?
I don't know. Maybe it's not today, though. I don't know. It's just
In the not too distant future.
not too distant
There's
future.
a campfire a couple of miles away.
It will be, not too distant future, people. That could mean anything. Don't be promise not too distant future. Yeah, man, it could be in 2040.
Well, that's distant future.
That is distant.
That's distant.
Hey, before we go, I just want to announce something real quick here. Something that I had in my pocket since beginning of the broadcast.
Oh.
Just to let you know, everybody, hit that like button before I say anything. You're going to like this, all right? Hit that like button. Let's get it. I'll wear Packer stuff, okay? I'll do it for you. Man.
Wow.
You know what? I'll do it for you. But hey, how about this? We're extending the broadcast to 3 p.m. Central every day.
Closing bell.
This way, we're going to be with you from opening bell, to closing bell. And then after that, don't forget we got our Discord segments with our coaches. So we want to hear from you on what type of programming you'd like to see, what you're liking about TopstepTV, and how we can improve. We're going to go pin 3-question survey in chat right now. Erich, if you can post that link, give us your feedback. It helps us shape the show, and it makes it better for tradertainment.
Eddie, how's that going to help a trader, though?
We're going to be with you from bell to bell.
Yeah.
Well, how's it going to help
Right.
me? How's it going to help me after the bell?
Well, you know what? After the bell, we've got our Discord channel.
There we go,
Boom.
guys.
So
This is our investment. Yeah, it's our investment.
24/7, 365.
Well,
That Discord is en fuego all day long
yeah.
And after that, you're all coming over to my place.
There we go.
for a campfire.
There we go. Then we wake up the next morning and we do it all over again. Welcome to trading.
Now here come the buyers.
There you go. Do we get that link in there? I'm not looking, but do we get that link?
Yeah, it's up there.
What kind of content?
Okay, get the
What kind
Love
of
you, Top Step. Thank
All
you.
right, so we're going to take a coffee break. And Deanna, have a great week. Thank you very much for being with us.
So much fun, Deanna. So much fun.
Yes. All right, we'll be right back.
Trade my way out of this bullshit.
And welcome back to Shoulder Tap with Mick. Mick, how are you today?
Hey, I'm doing awesome. How are you guys?
Good. I'm fine. We had Brett here doing Monday and Tuesday, did a great job, and hopefully you've got some shoulder tapping and some back padding for us today.
Yeah, happy to say it's mostly patting on the back today. And I'll start with Michael, who's very peppy right now. Nice trade on the NASDAQ, Michael. That was a good short you took and a really good cover too. And I want to talk about that cover. Obviously, the NASDAQ sold off quite a bit after you covered those shorts. And, you know, at the time you said you had a reason for it. It was you were looking at the tilt. You had a good reason to cover. And I see you still happy. You're not squirming in your seat saying, oh, coulda, woulda, shoulda, wished I kept the trade on. I would have been up X amount of money. And I think this is a huge example for our traders out there that are listening. Michael had a reason to cover his trade. He covered it. He made money on the trade. He could have been up quite a bit more right now, but he had a reason for it, and he's at peace with that. We as traders need to stick by our decisions to do stuff, and that's what he's doing. So,
thank you, Mick. Now I want to throw this out here because Andre got busted because he's bitching. We were talking about trading in the break.
I trade my way out of this BS.
All right, so Andre, tell us you're frustrated now, and you guys heard it. The mic was hot right when we were coming in. Andre, tell us what's going on right now because I know you're down, but
nothing's going on. I'm just down money. I got to trade my way out of it. That's all.
Yeah,
and you have been. You got about half of it back so far.
Yes, sir.
There you go. See,
a little more than half of it back.
And I want to make people laugh. That's all.
We talk trading as much as possible. Guys, this is funny.
You can say the S word on here, can't you?
Yeah. And by the way, guys, I know Hoag's not here, but I forgot I'm wearing this. Can you see it?
Snap.
Hoag shirt. Hoag shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's from the newspaper article, right?
Yeah. It's in our gear shop. I put it on.
Got the same shirt. It's a good one. And Hoag's always got a good face on it. That's a really good one. I've seen other pictures of him too. He kind of has that same look on his face when you see the pictures of him from the pit. It's fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, Michael, great job today. Andre, I know you're battling back, which you know is what we as traders do, and find ourselves in those situations where we have to do that regularly.
For sure.
Shout out to Hoag, who's up about $500 last I looked. And I've got some trading cards to share with you guys, but I also have a lot of shout outs for live traders and traders in express funded accounts. I'm going to start with one of our guys in the XFA. Big shout out to Jung, up $36,000 trading today.
Live?
No, XFA. I said he's
wow.
36 grand riding. I'm sure you can all guess what he's got on right now and how long he's been riding it out for. But yeah, huge profits. And speaking of guts, you know, when I was talking about you, Michael, it takes guts to hold a 10 lot like that, but it gets a little bit easier as it's going in your favor.
Speaking of 10 lots, we got 80% long and the tilt now 71. Guys, today's a very tilty day where a lot of people are getting strong buys to one side. So watch.
You know what to do.
80%. I'm just short 3 lot from 60 right here. If it firms up, I like the volume node that John would say up at the 72s. Up at 72s, but I'm short right now. But Mick, go ahead. 80% long.
You might have that robot voice. We're sort of breaking up a little bit.
We got.
Who's that? Who's got the robot voice? Me or Michael?
You're sounding pretty good now, Mick.
Well,
just got a glitchy connection.
Yeah, it was robot-y on my end for a little bit.
All right. Yeah, I like that little ABC down in the NASDAQ that we're seeing right now.
Do you want to go and exit and re-enter Rendezvous right now? We'll see if that fixes things.
I can do that, sure.
Because I was getting some of that. It's not the full robot voice, but...
All right, yeah, I'll try that right now.
All right, we'll see what happens.
All right, Michael, I'm short again from 68 in the orders.
I'm just watching. They might blow the top off the defense here and run some stops that that might get.
What stops? Stops underneath, below, right?
Yeah. I don't know. It's pretty heavy long, guys. Just watch it. Yeah, I'm short right here at 60s anyway.
How's this audio?
Better.
Yeah.
All right, great. Get me back on here. I got shout outs. Starting with Patrick Wieland in his live account, up $5,100 today.
Hey, he did catch that. I know he. Yeah, is he on the fishing boat?
He might be, because he was up 5,100 about an hour ago, and he hasn't put anything else on. So I think he's walking away up money on the day, just like you are. I was envious when I saw those videos of you skiing last week.
Yeah, we never shared them. Yeah.
We didn't share them publicly. We saw them internally. Yeah, I was a little envious. I always am when I see someone skiing, and not a bad thing to do after making some money in the day. We don't need to be here all day. You make money, you don't see any trade opportunities, or you got something fun that pops up. That's what the beauty of being a trader. You can go have some fun. You're on your own schedule.
Don't move away from skiing, guys. Mick is a kick-ass skier, back flipper, right?
Yeah,
Really?
I'll go upside down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what living in, actually, it was before I lived in Colorado for a few years. We were all little park rats at this little 200-foot vertical hill in Wisconsin. And, I'd get dropped off at 9 a.m. and picked up at 9 p.m. Wow. And Michael, I know you're talking about the Armadas. Shout out to Tanner Hall, one of my inspirations in skiing. All of us wanted to be him back when he was winning gold and stuff like that, and had dreadlocks and whatnot. But yeah, that was fun stuff. Michael, we got to get skiing this season sometime, hopefully. Maybe I'll come out and work out of the Aspen office.
Yeah, I do have the Aspen office open up. And then we have the Snowmass office. So it's all about, getting folks to come out here and hang out and then and work together. Yeah, dude, that'd be awesome. I would love to take some freestyle lessons from you.
For sure. These legs aren't as strong as they once were. But skiing aside, let's get back to the trading, because I got more shout outs. I got to talk about some traders that I really like what I'm seeing. So as I continue on, Patrick Whelan, shout out to you, up $5,100. Hopefully you're fishing, deep sea fishing, catching something big. Big shout out to Danny Trades too. Danny Trades is up $6,000 today.
Yeah.
I've spoken with him a lot over the last week, even around the Thanksgiving holiday. We were talking, it's Thanksgiving. We're not talking, happy Thanksgiving. Well, we were, but we're talking about risk management, and, we're texting each other back and forth. This guy is very on top of what he's doing, and he's very honest with himself. He's been deviating from his trading plan, specifically around trading in the overnight session instead of trading in the day session. We've worked through that. We've trimmed his loss limit back down to $3,000 because he has, been on a cold streak since he started in the live account. So I'm super happy for him. $6,000 is nothing to blink at, and it's definitely, for someone who's had a handful of losing days in a row. A profitable day does so much for you. One, obviously the account balance, but psychologically, it just feels good to get back on track. And hopefully this is a start of that. I know he's going to do well. So shout out to you, Danny Trades.
Before you move on, Danny Trades wants to go toe-to-toe with P-Dubs, Patrick Whelan.
I'd like to see that.
I'd like to see that too. And we're going to make a phone call to Holyfield, so to speak, Tyson Patrick, and see if he's on board, because we got to Don King this, if you know what I mean.
No one does it better.
Well, the thing about that is, regardless of what would happen, every dog has its day, and not saying that these guys are dogs, but trading different strategies on different time frames. Just because one or the other wins in one trading battle, you got to look at the long run and stuff like that. So things will happen, but that would be super exciting, no doubt. I'd be tuning in and watching and seeing what these guys are doing. I hope we do that.
Are you guys getting chop on your end? I am, but let's keep going.
Michael, you turned you were up close to $3,000 earlier. Let's make sure we walk away up money. I don't want your attitude to change before you hit the ski slope. So let's keep whatever our equity high was on the day. Keep half of it, okay? So
I got a one lot short right now, risking a couple $100, and I'm going to keep the day above 2,000. How about that?
Better than what I was even going to suggest. I was going to say 1,500. I like that you're doing one on now too. Michael had short 10 on earlier. As the day goes on and as you're up money, it's always good to scale down your position sizing. Trade smaller. That way, you could scoop up a couple extra bucks, but you're not going to burn a nice winning day like Michael has. going for him this morning. So keep the size small, no more 10 lots, and let's walk away up $2,000 and have fun, catch a goggle tan out there on the slopes.
I just got out of that short. I'm going to let it pop. If it pops, great, I'm in. If it doesn't, I'm out. And after the session, I'm grabbing those skis and my cape, and I'm going to go ski.
It wouldn't surprise me if you've got a cape with a big T, funded trader, on it.
I mean, why not?
If I saw that, I'd snap a shot and put you on Jerry of the Day or something like that.
Yeah.
All right. Another big winning day. Saeed, who's in an XFA, up $29,000. So we've got two people that are up around the $30,000 mark. This is awesome. Obviously, you catch a piece of these trends, which equities are doing today, you're going to have big bucks when you're trading size. So also, I want to give a shout out to Kyle, one of our funded traders. He's been featured on Power Players segment. I saw this morning he took a $15,000 payout from his live account. He was up $1,500 earlier on the day today. Last I looked, he was at about a scratch. But happy for you, Kyle. You're paying yourself. I know you're traveling around, so hopefully you're living it up. Shout out also to LB, trading in her live account. She's up $4,000 today. And then we also have a bunch of big notables from yesterday too. A couple $17,000 winning days, $15,000. Adam Dallas, who I've got a trading card for, he made $11,000 yesterday. He's currently up about $2,600 on the day today too. Nice. He's been trading really well. He's a swing for the fences trader, but it's all working out. So if we could, I want to show the statistics for him. Let's pull up Adam's trading card. Adam's trading out of Bellevue, Washington.
I know Bellevue.
Yeah, Bellevue, one of my favorite restaurants in the city, the old Tavern on Rush. They changed to Bellevue now. It's a good spot. So Adam has been in his XFA for a very short period of time. I think yesterday was his 5th winning day, and he's on day 7 or so. Maybe I'm a little off now that I'm looking at those stats, but he's not been in this account very long, and he's knocking it out of the frickin' park. Nice. Average daily P&L, $5,200. He's been with Topstep since 2020, summer 2020, and I know he's been funded before. He's in his XFA right now. He's trading really well. We've been talking about him the last few days, us here on the risk team, really liking what we're seeing. Wondering if we want to call him up to live. There's a very, very good chance that may or may not happen today or sometime this week if he keeps it up. And like I said, he's up some money today. So let's talk about some of his stats. 67% winning days and 50% winning trades. Risk reward here is okay, a little better than 1-to-1. He's averaging $634 on his winners and 470 on the losses. He is averaging about 8 contracts per trade. I typically see him in the 15 area, but it's kind of nice when you see someone that I noticed that he's usually trading 15s, but then I can look at the stats and see 8 contracts. It tells me this person is nimble enough to trade a little bit smaller in certain scenarios, as well as has the ability to add on to trades. And hopefully, and notably, winning trades are the ones we want to add on to.
Guys, if you like what he just said about Adam, you need to press the like button because we're 100 away from
getting out of here.
Yeah, if you like anything that Mick has said thus far, do it.
God.
Or if you like the mustache.
Or if you
like the mustache.
We're gonna blow past 3,000. If you like Mick's mustache, press like.
I'm gonna have to put a mustache on Patrick Bateman one of these days. And see if anybody notices it, kind of like a Where's Waldo, like what's wrong with the American Psycho painting.
Oh my God.
Eddie. I gotta pause, Mick. Eddie. Andre 3000 called it out. Andre 3000.
We did it.
Nice. All right.
Right. I am on Amazon right now seeing what I can order.
The team will, cheesehead. Work with Danielle. This is awesome, guys. This is a big step for Eddie. He called it sacrilegious. Eddie is a Bears fan, bleeds it. Nobody in their right mind would do it as he's about ready to do. But Eddie, we're gonna really appreciate you wearing this. I don't know how long you got to wear it for. Is that the whole show? I had to wear my stupid shit for the whole show one time. Yeah.
Hey, if we get 4,000, I'll wear it all week.
Oh,
Don't tempt him, Eddie.
He's already at 3,100. So guys,
I had the over and under, and I was on the under yesterday, but the over and under today, it's the over today.
oh,
yeah,
I
Eddie,
can tell-
Eddie, my condolences is what somebody said in here.
yeah, I can tell Eddie's pissed to throw that one out there.
Say cheese. Come on. This is all
Eddie, I say this as a compliment. I don't think you're going to look good in green and yellow.
Yeah, but there's a lot of beautiful people up in Wisconsin. I love to go to Wisconsin in summertime,
No, you don't.
wintertime. So
Yeah.
I just don't want my tires flat. Okay, I don't want my house egged. Okay.
Next time you come to Wisconsin, make sure to bring your pulled pork. That was always a
Pulled
treat
pork.
when you came for the parties.
You got it, man. Do that.
Let's talk about Hugh. Hugh from France. You've heard me talk about Hugh on Shoulder Tap a number of times. He's one of those big traders we had from a couple months ago. Brought his account balance up over 100,000. He's been trading in live, and I want to talk about Hugh because I'm not really liking what I'm seeing, and I think there's some takeaways here and what's going on with Hugh. He's in a 150K account. Fortunately, he's kept his $3,000 daily loss limit because things haven't been going too well. He has gotten that account up over 100 grand. He's taken about 60 something thousand in payouts, but he's losing on a lot of these days. 21% winning days, 41% winning trades. He's swinging for the fences, and so it's always big or bust with him. He's had a handful of five-figure winning days, all the way up to $24,000 winning days in this live account. A lot in the low teens, but I'm not seeing it really work for him. One thing that I do think is working for him is he's kept this $3,000 daily loss limit. I am, without a doubt, completely confident that he's only still in this live account because he's limiting his losses to $3,000 in a day. Traders, if you're in a cold streak, be aware of it and take a little time off or pump the brakes. Hugh, I've reached out to him a number of times. I never hear back from him. But it's really time for him to take a little break from trading because if he's not making big money, he's bleeding it out over 1,000 cuts. Something that should be eye-popping and alarming to all these traders is, yeah, it's great that he's limiting his losses to $3,000, but he's also had a 9-day losing streak for $40,000. Now, for someone with an account under $100,000 or even a $100,000 trading account, if you have a 9-day streak and you lose $40,000, you got to be reflecting on what's going on and what you're doing. So this is, I'm not knocking Hugh, but he's got to make some changes because it's difficult for us coming in and seeing him down $3,000 also regularly.
I like it, Mick, because guys, we're going to be transparent. If the trader doesn't like it, you can opt out. I don't like working with traders that opt out of sharing their journey and or letting us be transparent about you. Look, this is all here to help. This is all here to help. Andre, I'm short 6 up there from 66.
I'm short too.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So Michael, thanks. Yeah, I mean, we want to share successes. We've cheered on Hugh. He's been, a great source of entertainment for us. He's had some huge winning days. We're so excited for that. But this is the shoulder tap for him, Yeah. It's not, he's traded 50 something days in this live account and it's not working out like I would think he would hope it is, or like I would hope it is, or we at Topstep would hope it is. We want to see him making some adjustments to help himself out. I know he's got a good eye for the markets. He does have some good money management skills, but, it's really time to consider like taking a break, maybe, going away for the holidays and coming back fresh to, have a fresh eye on the markets is something that I think he really needs. And I'm not afraid to say that about him or any other trader. I'm always going to call it how I see it. Everybody's got good times, bad times, and tough times, excuse me. So he's going through a tough time right now. It's tough for us to watch. And I think it's, time for him to pump the brakes and take a little time off. I will say one thing. didn't like when I saw today. I'm talking about scaling. He scales 1 to 2 contracts all the way up to 15. He doesn't always trade 15 contracts, but I looked at his order history from the overnight session when he was trading today, and he didn't give himself much of a chance to take advantage of any future opportunities that the session provided, because in very short order, he cannonballed this. Sold one, goes against him, sold another, goes against him, all the way up, kept selling as it was rallying against him. He gets 15 on, and he gets stopped out, auto-liquidated at the $3,000 mark. Had he traded smaller, had he not cannonballed, he could have been around to potentially take advantage of this big downside move that we had in the NASDAQ or the equities today. So, I mean, traders, don't use all your powder. Keep some of your powder dry. You know, especially with these early on trades, you don't need to go all in for bust or nothing. All in for wins or busting. He did it today. I think he could have been up pretty big money today, because he is someone who he's good at his hold times. You know, he holds on to trades for like 45 minutes on average. So had he caught a piece of this trend to the downside, he would have been up really big, especially if he had just even half that size on. So that's something I wanted to share with everybody. Not everybody we call up to the live accounts is, you know, immortal or invincible. We're human. Stuff happens. Stuff happens up here. Stuff happens externally aside from your trading that does influence your trading. I don't know what's going on, but I wanted to just make everybody aware of this. It could be you. You could find great success and then go through some real struggles. So I know we got to end the segment because we got Jared coming up, but I did want to share that with you as a valuable learning experience and just being open and transparent about what we've got with some of our traders here.
Awesome.
Mick, yeah, sorry, we gotta wrap this up a little shorter than we'd like. I know we got Jared in the waiting room and people are tuning in to watch him, but you know, maybe we don't trade so much, Michael, when we're doing shoulder tap.
So, really quick before you leave, why is it important to stay tuned to Jared right now, Mick? As far as some of these traders that you're talking, Hughes, should Hughes be jumping in? Hughes, don't take anything personally. This is just us talking about how to make each other better. How, you know, oh shit, I accidentally double clicked.
Okay, well, definitely take advantage of any resources that will give you, or any resources that you have out there in general. Jared Tendler is a well-known name in the industry. It's always worth listening to people who, you know, he's an expert in his field, and it's always worth listening to someone who knows something better than you. That's how you learn. That's how you develop. And you don't have to take everything that people say, you know, even if they're smarter than you or successful, you don't need to take everything that they say, but you know, just like we all formulate our opinions, hearing different things, you generate your own opinion. You might like 3/4 of the stuff that he says. You might find only some of it applies to you. If you can get 1 or 2 takeaways from anybody that you speak with, you're going to be that much more well-rounded, and we need that as traders. Nobody out there's got the special sauce. Everybody needs to be learning new things about themselves, about the markets on a daily basis. Elon Musk said it really well. If you're not progressing, you're regressing. So always aim to be getting better. Cool. And I'm going to end it at that. Mic drop.
All right, I'm gonna.
That was hot, Mick.
Mick, we love working with you. Thanks for all that, guys. I'm ending it at $3,010 right now. I hit 3,000. Eddie hit 3,000, and we have Andre from 3,000. I enjoyed being on. I enjoyed being on with you guys.
Look at you, Patak.
Hey, before we take a break here.
Well done. Later, guys. Bye bye.
Take care. Before we take a break here, we're going to be doing our power players, definitely with Jared. I just want to say thank you for those that are on our YouTube channel: Vanessa, Eric, Cameron, Martin. We had Michelle, also our coaches, Coach Vince, Coach Dakota. We've got a lot of help in our chat room. I just want to put it out there and say thank you very much. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, tune in.
Keep it up.
Tune in, Eddie. Thank you very much for all those. Tune in, guys. Fire drill will be here happening very soon for all those folks tuning in. But
yes,
had a good time with you guys. I'm out.
Likewise.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with Power Players. Welcome to Power Players. And we've got our good friend and fan favorite, Jared Tendler, with us today, a trading psychologist. It's very nice to have you here, sir, once again.
Great to see you, Eddie. How you doing?
Well, I'm going to back out of here and work your magic, my friend. And with John Hoagland, remember, you've got the questions and you're ready to go. Have a great segment.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eddie. And Jared, welcome. It's always a pleasure having you with us. I know everybody's very excited to hear what you've got to say today. Most of all, maybe me. And we're just going to get going here. I mean, if you don't know Jared, you should make sure and buy his book, The Mental Game of Trading. If you're a poker player, he's also got two other books, The Mental Game of Poker 1 and 2. He's also a scratch golfer and a hell of a nice guy. Without too much ado, we are going to let you get started here, Jared, and have a great session.
Thanks, John. Yeah, appreciate it. Good to see you as always. Good to see all of you. And got a big crowd here today, which is great. So some new people, I'll kind of go over some of my, kind of main concepts that I often talk about. They're obviously discussed in the book, but I'll give you some high level concepts here. And I'm just going to kind of roll through the questions that were submitted in advance. I think a lot of them are very common. Many of you struggle with the same kinds of issues, but the surface level stuff that you see does not always kind of fully explain like what is happening. And so we're going to kind of try to peer beneath the surface a little bit, try to problem solve at a deeper level. We don't have to get personal, right? Let's call that out, right? What I deal with a lot of my clients and what the book is all about is what I would call these performance flaws, these biases, these wishes, these illusions, these hopes, right? Those are the real problems. And what we end up seeing on the surface is the violation of your rules, the greed, the anger, the FOMO, the blowing of accounts regularly, these cycles that you get into, like those are the problems on the surface, right? And when we start to dig down and find these performance flaws, that is where you can have a much more profound impact on your ability to solve a lot of the problems that you're struggling with. And, I think some of you are here kind of hoping that you're going to find some, magic in a bottle, right? Like the one thing that I can say that's going to magically change your mindset, magically change your performance, eliminate the greed, the FOMO, the anger, etc. Now, that may happen for some of you, but the odds are it's not. Okay? And that's not to say that we're not going to find some solid answers, but I can't give you bigger muscles if I was a personal trainer, right? You got to get in the gym and you got to do the work. And so that's what my system is designed for. It's to provide you with a framework so that you can go out and put the work in and be able to level up your mentality, right? Reduce your emotionality and be able to perform more consistently. And that's kind of how it should be, right? If any of you are able to just download some, trading software that was, an algo and started printing money, like that would be cool, but you wouldn't be a trader at that point. You would just be somebody who's making money. And you got to get pretty lucky for that to happen. So what we're after, right, is the ability to build real skill. Okay. And we're talking about from a trading standpoint, but also a mental standpoint. And it's not overly complicated, but a lot of times you're hoping and wishing that it's going to be easy. And you're not really prepared for those times where those reps in the gym burn, right? And it's hard and you got to push through it. In the gym, it's sometimes easier because it's very structured, right? Your mind, like how do you build skill here? And that's what I'm going to talk about a bit today, but I'm going to do it in the context of these questions. So let's get into this first one. I've been up on my accounts, but then I blow them. It's like I can't walk away once I'm down. Can you give me any advice on this? All right, I'm sure there's many of you who are kind of in this category here. So what happens when you're down? My guess is there's a little bit of what I call the F-its. I probably use a little saltier language if I was working one-on-one with you, but right, the F-its, right? You just kind of give up and you're down 30, 40% in the account. It's like, well, what's the point? I might as well just say F it. If I get lucky and I'm able to get back, well then great. And if not, well then I'll just, reset and start again. But you got to think about what comes next. Because if you get lucky and you just make back that money and you get the account back to a spot where, you still have a chance of passing that combine, what do you gain? You're not really in a better position because you haven't developed any skill. You're just kind of gambling your way out. And so what's going to happen if you were actually funded? You're going to do the same thing again. So you've got to kill the F-its. You've got to kind of build a backbone at that moment and say, no, I'm not going to gamble my way out of this. I'm going to steadily climb my way back up. And yeah, it's not fun, okay, to do that. It's much easier and much more fun to gamble and make it back and reset. It's a bit lazy, truthfully, to do that too, right? You're not willing to put in the harder work to develop the real skill to grind your way back. Because if you do that, then when you pass the combine, you are in a far better position to stay funded, right? So many of you get so short-sighted, you're not thinking about what comes next. And so that's a prime example of that problem. Next question. I am constantly thinking about my previous trades, especially when they are break-even trades or losers. How do I get my mind off of this? Thank you. Well, a simple way is just writing. Okay. When your mind is just sort of snowballing and spiraling, what do a lot of us do? Like we would go and vent and, complain to somebody else. And that's actually not the worst thing in the world. But who's going to listen to you? That's one of the benefits of having a community of traders. You can find some people that, can kind of commiserate on this, but that's not great. It just doesn't really, it might get it off your mind temporarily, but what then, right? You're just going to kind of have to be in that situation again because you're not really solving anything. The benefit of writing is that it allows you to kind of dump your thoughts on paper, and then you get to look at it, or on, a Word doc. You get to look at it and see what is kind of off about your thinking. What can you actually correct? And the odds are you're probably overly focused on results. And this game is different than what many of you are used to, right? There's a lot more short-term control. There's a lot more short-term predictability around your results. If take golf or other sports, right? I fairly well know, right? If I've hit the ball pretty well, right, I'm going to get the results that I want. Now, there is luck in golf. There is luck in other sports, and so having that feedback gives me a sense of control, right? In trading, you don't have that in the short term, right? And if you do, it's around your process, not your results. So when you're constantly thinking about your break-even trades or your losses, right, the odds are that you're overly focused on that because you're expected to have better results. But if your execution was really solid, right, if you know that you're making good trades, well, then it's just a matter of time before things start to turn around. And that short-term drop in P&L is just the natural variation that exists, right? You are trying to become the casino versus the customer going into the casino. Because in the casino, right, the house has the edge, right? And they are bankrolled to sustain the big ups and downs that go throughout the day, right? We're paying out jackpots, nothing comes out for a while. And so they're sort of flush. And then, then there's a surge of, money going out from all different games, right? So they're built to withstand those big ups and downs in their sort of short-term results. But the overall trend line is positive, right? And all we have to do is just look at the size of the buildings that are in Vegas to prove that that's true. So being overly focused on results in the short term is problematic. In the long term, it's I think essential. I don't want any of you to be delusional by being overly process or execution oriented, right? If in the long run you're not getting good results, well then something is likely off, whether it be your strategy in sync with the market or just your strategy as a whole. But in the short term, if you have a strategy that you can trust and rely on, well then you have to be much more focused on that. And I'd say almost like a little bit psychopathic, right? Where you're just ignoring the noise coming in, ignoring the data that says, hey, your results aren't what they should be. But when you're controlling what you can control, which is your execution, is your decision-making, is your process, your preparation, the way that you review, the way you backtest, the work that you're doing, all of that you have firmly in control. If you're doing all that and you're focused on it, then it kind of helps to balance out your focus, being overly too results oriented in the short term. All right, next question. When I trade my demo account, it makes money. When I trade the combine or my real account, I am not profitable and can't pinpoint what I'm doing differently. What can I do to pinpoint what my mind is doing differently? And Jack, if we can share my screen here. This is a tool that I use called a data collection worksheet. And frankly, you can use this, and I say you, meaning any of you here, as a way of better understanding what your mind is going through at any point during the trading day, to capture the thoughts, the emotions, the triggers, the specific changes in your actions, right? Or physical signs. You might get hyper-focused on certain positions or certain screens. Your thoughts may spiral, and you might have a little bit of FOMO, a little bit of revenge, expecting to make some money in this position, a little bit of overconfidence, right? You can feel your emotions as some maybe butterflies in your stomach or some tension in your chest, right? That maybe a signal of fear, anger, right? Some heat in your head. Point is, if you can write down this data around your either mistakes or lost trades. Again, the lost trades, we don't know that you're doing something different at that point, but if you just write it down, it might give you a bit of an indication. And then when you go back to the sim, you can kind of see if those data points exist. It's just giving you a little bit more of an opportunity to capture what's going through your mind. And you certainly can do this in the sim as well. It might look qualitatively different, which is what you're trying to figure out. And then when you start to look at what's showing up in the live market or in the combine, the specific problems, right, that are present are the things that you're going to start to break down. But from an awareness standpoint, which is what you're trying to build now, this tool is essential and is, to me, the beginning of my system, right? It's the ability to collect the data that you're eventually going to use to create a map, which I'll get into a little bit later today. All right, just keeping this open here, Jack. The next question is, what is the psychology behind self-sabotage in trading? I do it a lot, even though I know I shouldn't. So the first thing we're going to do is delete the term self-sabotage. I know that it is very common, even in psychology, but to me, it's a BS term, okay? Self-sabotage implies a level of control that you don't have. Right? That's the whole point, right? Here you are acting against your own interests and thinking that you have some control, that it's like you're willfully undermining your own efforts. And that certainly can happen, right, in revenge trading, right? Here you are, 3 lost trades in a row, and you can feel yourself, like wanting to just triple a position, just re-enter immediately. But, there's an awareness that you know that you shouldn't do that. And that awareness is not enough to stop you from doing it. And so then in that moment, it feels like you are willfully violating what your mind knows you shouldn't do. But there's an element of control, okay, that is implied in self-sabotage, as if you are the one acting against your own interest. But that's not what is happening here. It is not a conscious decision. What's happening is described in this graphic. Okay, and this is called the Yerkes-Dodson law. I call it the performance stress curve. Okay, I'll get to the answer in a second, but basically what this does is looks at the relationship between performance and stress. Okay, and so as your emotions, as your energy, as your arousal, as your stress rises, your performance rises, right? When you're, bored, distracted, really tired, lazy, you suck, right? And so then as your energy and emotions rise to, let's say, the theoretical 50, that is where you are performing at an optimal level, okay? Optimal performance, optimal execution does not come when you are truly in a relaxed state. It might feel relaxed, but you are not calm, okay? Now, what happens is that as your emotions rise too high, right? The FOMO, the greed, the anger, the overconfidence, sometimes even the lack of confidence, right? As that rises, you start to now suck for different reasons. One side, you have too little energy, too little emotion. The other side, you've got too much. Okay, and it starts to wear you down. Okay, now when you get into this phase of like 80 to 90, okay, so 100 is like the blue screen. 100 is like your mind is totally blank, and you are just purely instinctually reacting. Okay, and that's where all the big mistakes tend to happen, because you have no ability to have conscious input on your decisions. But at 80 to 90, which is what's happening here, okay, when there's self-sabotage, you have enough awareness to know that what you're doing is wrong, but that part of the brain has been significantly weakened. So you're aware, but that awareness does not translate into action, does not translate into control, okay? So you're basically getting run over, and your emotions are steamrolling that, okay? So self-sabotage is not what's happening here. Self-sabotage is a BS term that really can only happen when you have an incredible amount of skill. Right? I can purposefully lose in ping pong against my daughter because I'm so skilled relative to her. Okay. But in this scenario, you are not skilled enough to stop the problems from happening. So you are not the one doing it. What is happening is you have these underlying flaws, biases, wishes, illusions that are tripping you up. Okay. They get exposed at the time when your emotions are high. Okay. That's what's producing the emotion. And that is what is tripping you up. You don't have enough conscious control to work against your emotions, which is why the data collection worksheet is so helpful, because you can start to begin to map that escalation of emotion going from, 50 all the way down to 90. And if you create a map, and again, maybe I'll just show this real quick. This is an example of a map of anger. Okay, this is what we want to eventually create. Okay, and you'll see there are 10 levels. So level 1, irritated by negative P&L, right, or missed opportunity. That is the most minor level of anger that this trader had identified. You go all the way down to the bottom, right? Tilt, can't stop myself, feeling numbness, followed by feeling of regret. Number 9, feeling frustration, hurting yourself, right? That's what you're talking about. That's where the self-sabotage lives. But it begins at level 1 and escalates downward. If you are going to stop yourself, you got to catch it early, right? And you can see they've identified point of no return is at number 4. Okay. So if you get past number 4, you're dead. Right? All of this is, almost inevitable unless you get lucky and happen to win, or, you're able to kind of rip yourself away from the computer. Okay. So when your emotions start to rise, they take control. And if you're going to take that control back, you've got to catch it early. Otherwise, you're going to get steamrolled. All right. How do you not let a winning or losing streak affect the mindset of a trader? While we're here, let's get into another tool that I use. And I know I'm throwing a lot at you. I don't want you to get overwhelmed. By the end of today, make sure you choose at least one thing that you're going to work on, whether it's starting the data collection worksheet, whether it's beginning to do a map like what you just saw, or whether it's this, which is called an A to C game analysis. Okay. And this is an example. Now, what we're trying to do is describe the differences between your A game, your B game, and your C game. Why? Because it helps you to have a more execution-oriented mentality. So how do you not let a winning or losing streak affect your mindset? Well, you focus on your execution more than your results. And you can do that by giving yourself direct feedback based on how you're performing. Because sometimes it's hard, okay? If your strategy is not razor sharp written down that you can qualify what is, an A trade, a B trade, a C trade, an F trade, all the way down, right? Immediately, then we're also looking at these qualitative factors for how you are thinking, feeling, reacting, and ultimately making decisions and executing. We can look at it. It takes a little bit of time to build. And so what I would suggest is you think about, the most obvious, like what does it look like when you're at your best? What does it look like when you're at your worst? And then begin to kind of build in that B game. Give yourself a couple weeks to do the data collection, then start to kind of line things up and make those clear distinctions between A game, B game, C game. I'm less concerned about the difference between the mental and the tactical, right? Eventually you want to have that teased out because it will help you actually become a better trader from a technical standpoint more efficiently. But for right now, from a grading standpoint, from a transitioning out of being overly results oriented to more process and execution oriented, it doesn't matter. We just want the clear distinction between A, B, and C so that at the end of the day or at the end of particular trades or throughout the day, you can grade yourself, right? And just look at it. Am I feeling relaxed and decisive and patient, right? If I am, then I'm in my A game. If I'm overthinking, if I'm losing focus, if I'm missing obvious trades, I'm in my B game, right? And then clearly if I've got major distractions, no patience, and trading P&L, well, then I'm in my C game. And you will make different decisions throughout the day based on your performance. Because one of the things that is so dangerous is that emotions can masquerade as intuition. Emotions can convince you that the thoughts that you have to let this one ride, or to close a position early, or to stay on the sidelines, or any of the bad behavior, right? Emotions are oftentimes the culprit behind that. And they're in our head convincing us that they are justified. But when you objectify them, you put them down on paper. That's why the data collection is so helpful, because it can clearly distinguish bad thinking from high quality thinking. And there are patterns associated with this, right? You just got to write it down and create a bit more detail. I mean, you don't want to go into as much sort of structure as I'm providing. If you simply wrote down all of the thoughts that are associated with bad behavior, right? Associated with violations of your rules, then just look out for them. They become like a most wanted list, right? When I see myself thinking like, I know what the direction of the market's going to be here, or, this one has to be a winner, or, there's no way that this is going to reach my target, right? Any of those kind of BS ideas in your head, right? Write them down. When you see them, then you know that something is off and you can do something different, whether it means ripping yourself away so you just let the trade ride, or making a different decision thereafter if you've already made a mistake. All right, we can stop the screen share here. Next question. How do you adjust your mind when you keep losing your money? So the question kind of implies that the adjustment of your mind is sort of as simple as making a small tweak. Now, maybe sometimes that perspective is easy to adopt, but in my experience, there's a lot of emotion wrapped up in trading. So really the question should be, how do you adjust your emotions when you keep losing your money? Because your emotions are oftentimes driving your thoughts. So what are the emotions that are associated with losing? Are you getting angry? Are you getting fearful? Are you losing confidence? First, you got to define that. Then what are the actions that are following afterwards, right? Are you protecting your capital unnecessarily? Are you, being far too aggressive? And then we can kind of start to peer back and understand what some of those underlying flaws might be. Now, you might have an inherent hatred of losing that didn't just start in trading. Maybe it went back for years. Right? Just think about, how'd you do in T-ball, right? How'd you do in high school, or in getting jobs, or in other performance environments, or other places where you were competing. Right? If you handle losing in all of those places badly, well, then naturally you're going to handle losing here just as badly. And so then we're not dealing with a problem that just started here, but one that is very well entrenched. So it's going to take some time to make that adjustment. You can't just snap your fingers and say, all right, I'm going to handle mistakes differently. Right? There's going to be a transition that's going to take place. Right? And some of that transition might mean here, right, that losing doesn't define me. Okay. So sometimes losing can hit you on a personal level, or, losses are part of this game, right? Kind of going to the very superficial basics of how trading operates. Or maybe losing means that you're not perfect. You're not living up to your expectations. You're expecting to make money every day, right? These are some examples of flaws that can, kind of run around in the background of your mind and create that overreaction to losing. Another one is something called prospect theory. Those of you know, Daniel Kahneman wrote Thinking Fast and Slow. It's kind of the behavioral, like the godfather of behavioral economics. Prospect theory was his first kind of big breakthrough. And what it describes is this relationship and how people react to winning and losing. And what he found was that losing hurts way more than winning feels good. And so when that relationship is so off like that, well, then you might naturally be much more avoidant to losing just because of how much pain it causes, right? And so what we're trying to do there is reduce the pain, or at least make you more accustomed to it. Learn how to take a punch like a boxer, and then elevate winning. But truthfully, we want to elevate execution, right? So, losses from mistakes should hurt more than losses from good execution. Okay, that's number one. And wins from good execution should feel better than wins from poor execution, right? Just to start to break apart and add a little bit of complexity in how you're reacting. So it's not just losing money, it's the how you're losing money. So again, I'm giving you kind of a handful of ideas that can be helpful here, but the bottom line is you want to start to really figure out how your emotions are reacting to losing and what are the underlying flaws and biases, wishes, et cetera, that are associated with that. All right, at a certain point, we're going to need to go to the lightning round. We're not there quite yet, but I will. There's a lot of questions that came in today, which is great. I've often heard having good risk management is not gambling, but the majority of traders still lose. When it is time to recognize the cognitive dissonance, right, is that still gambling, or should I keep pushing? There's a lot in here, and I can't make firm decisions for people, but first off, let's look at good risk management is not gambling, but good risk management is not the whole picture, right? You need to have a profitable strategy. You can have like perfect risk management, but going along with a bad strategy, like you're going to lose money, right? You are going to the casino at that point because you're betting on a negative edge, which to me is my definition of gambling. Okay. Gambling is betting on a negative edge. You are guaranteed to lose money in the long run. Okay. Otherwise, gambling, as it's sort of typically talked about in society, is like just different degrees of risk taking. And there are people all around the world who would never consider themselves to be gamblers or risk takers that are, right? I had a friend who was, loved to bake and decided to open up a bakery in March of 2020. I mean, they didn't know how much they were gambling. And that scenario was sort of drawing dead in a sense. But even if they weren't, let's say they opened up, now, I don't know how skilled they are in business, right? But the bottom line is like, there are a lot of variables to running a business versus just, kind of loving to bake and having people, love what you do. So people take gambles in lots of ways. Question is, are you betting on a negative edge? And that is where the gambling lies. So I would focus a bit more on your strategy and finding out if it actually does have edge, because that's what's going to determine whether or not you're gambling or not. How do you train yourself better on risk management and not get married to losing positions? So the question here is like, is it really about training risk management? That's a real thing, right? Especially if you're kind of new and kind of understanding the just the mechanics of it and the principles behind it and how you do it properly. But this question makes me think that there may be more of like an emotional attachment to losing positions that makes you far more attached to them. And so when that happens, it blocks your ability to utilize that risk management skills that you have. And that's generally what happens when emotions get big in general. It's not just with risk management, but we lose access to the things that we're learning. We lose access to the things that we generally know well. We revert back to our instincts, and how well our instincts are trained, determines how well you're going to trade there. So, I work with traders who, been doing this for 30 plus years, very, very successful. Them at their worst is head and shoulders above, many of you, even at your best, because even emotionally compromised, there's just a lot of things they're not going to do anymore. Why? Because they have trained that instinctual knowledge. There's just a lot that they've mastered. Okay. So when you have this strong emotional attachment to losing positions, right, we need to, again, as I mentioned before, understand what is driving that emotion. And maybe it is very simply not wanting to realize a loss because of how consequential and emotionally impactful those losing trades are. When you're still in it, you can still hope, right? And we all know that hope is not a strategy, but when hope is involved, right, there can be a lot more danger at play there, because it's going to compel you to do things that are more, gambly, right? You're going to be more betting on that negative edge in that spot by holding on to it when, your strategy says that it needs to get dumped. All right. When in tilt during a trading session, what is your best advice to help someone step out of that mindset before causing any more damage to their trading account? Actually kind of discussed that before with that map of tilt, right? You've got to be able to catch it early. If you don't catch it early, your emotions are going to steamroll you. Okay. And I've kind of been talking around this, but the principle is simply this. Okay. I call it the malfunctioning mind. When your emotional system becomes overactive, it has the power to shut down higher brain function, right? Shut down the ability to think, to plan, to make decisions, right? Self-awareness is still retained for a long time, but eventually it can go away too. There's also another key piece of a higher brain function that goes away: emotional control. Okay, so I'll say this once more. The emotional system has the power to shut down the part of the brain responsible for controlling emotions. So here you are, right, kind of falling down that curve, right? Emotions are getting bigger. They are decreasing the part of the brain that would actually help you to recover. So you have to be well prepared for those moments, which is why the data collection is so important, why the map is so critical, so you can take action early before those emotions escalate. Because once they do, right, your ability to make decisions that are kind of work to kind of reduce that tilt goes down significantly. All right, we're going to kind of shift into lightning round here. Hi, Jared. Big fan of your work, the mental game and trading. I'm currently going through a mental hand history and mapping out my fear of losing. How long would you suggest rewiring this one specific flaw before trying to decipher other areas of your C game that needs attention? Basically, how long does it take for resolution to occur? So, for those that don't know my work, resolution is basically the point where those flaws, biases, wishes, illusions are corrected. It's like upgrading a piece of software, right? Those flaws are basically error codes. They're bugs that are preventing you from being able to, think properly. It's causing all those emotions. And so when you like actually train that correction, it permanently upgrades your mentality. And, it doesn't eliminate your anger or your fear, but it does eliminate it for that particular reason. So in this case, we're dealing with the fear of losing. If you know what that correction is, then it is just about getting a ton of training in order to upgrade that perspective. That is a true solution to your mental game. But you can't solve your trading psychology. You can't solve your mental game forever because there's just too much evolution that's involved, right? You're just like in trading with your strategy, right? There's always kind of more things you can learn. Okay, wait, pull back here. So resolution is sort of the end point of dealing with a particular problem. And it's a little variable. It could take anywhere between 3 and 18 months, okay, depending on how severe it is, right? When you're dealing with like a long-standing problem, that's been around for a very, very long time, it could take, an upwards of 18 months. But your first question is like, how long do I need to work on this before I need to move on to the next thing? And that is a very different question and answer. You don't have to wait 18 months or a year or 6 months or 3 months before you can move on to the next one, right? You only have to gain enough command that you can reliably have that strategy in place on a day-to-day basis. And then it's just about getting the repetition whenever it shows up. Okay? And you'll know that your mind's a bit freed up because that's getting easier and easier to do. You're seeing that in general, you're in much more command. It's not automatic yet, okay? But for the most part, you're able to avoid a lot of the big mistakes. So it's really to your discretion, right? If this is a massive problem and you can't see smaller ones yet, then stick with it. But if you have some command of it and you can see a couple other problems, by all means, jump into it, right? You can kind of stack up the number of things you're working on at once as the other things you're working on get easier and easier to manage. What would you recommend to a new trader? Should he trade alone or seek a community? There's obviously some personal differences. I would say there's the balance of both would be ideal, right? You can save a lot of time and a lot of energy, a lot of heartache, by learning from others. But sometimes learning from others can really impair your ability to create your own fingerprint on the market when you get sort of too compulsively involved in what others are doing to the damage of your own sort of personality style, et cetera. So I think a balance is a good way to go. If you had to break down the characteristics of high performers, what would they be? And how would one go about developing those characteristics? So I think there's many. Having a love and a passion for what you do is a requirement. And if you don't have that, then it doesn't mean you can't be a high performer in trading. But if you don't have a deep love for the markets or a deep curiosity for, how they operate and interest in that, you're just here to make money, which is cool. Okay. I have no problem with that. But you're unlikely to be among the best in the world. And that may not be your goal, so it may not matter, right? But I think it's kind of very difficult to cultivate love and passion without just putting in a lot of time. Sometimes that love and passion is there. Sometimes it's more like an arranged marriage where it just takes time to cultivate and develop over time. Curiosity and open-mindedness, I think, are essential as well. You can't really learn if you're not curious and you're not open-minded. If you're closed-minded and think you know it all, well then, you're not going to learn. And top performers are really ruthless about, learning and being curious, especially around their weak points. That's where sometimes is the hardest for many of you, to be honest. But the best in the world, like they are almost like just ruthless, but also fearful of their weak points because they know that is what can undermine their ability to achieve the outcomes that they want. And so they want to know what those are, right? And they, seek out feedback. They look to kind of find those blind spots because when they're there and you don't know what they are, you're very, very likely to struggle in ways that are unknown to you. Whenever I get a losing trade, I would tend to have a bad habit of over trading, revenge trading. How do I stop myself? So revenge trading is a combination of anger and some weakness in confidence. And it's that weakness in confidence that I would suggest you focus on first, because it's usually the thing that's most unknown, right? And so data collection worksheet would be the beginnings of how you can start to figure out what exactly is getting triggered, right? What is that weak point in your confidence? If you can figure out what that is, that's your best start. But to just stop yourself right out of the gate, right? Having a bit more of that data collection, a bit more of that map to catch it early is your way to stop it. But that's not a solution. The solution is going to come from understanding the causality. Do you think it's important to develop a winning trading strategy before working on a proper mindset to trade? Yes, by and large. You can work on your mindset. You can work on your mental game before you have that. But for the most part, you're going to rely on the problems that you experienced in other aspects of life or currently struggle with in other aspects of life. If you've got a tendency to be overconfident or have low confidence, or to be like I said, to hate to lose, to hate to make mistakes, you're a perfectionist, you're high expectations of yourself, you have a lot of FOMO in your life, well, you're probably going to have all those problems in trading. So you can work on them, but work on them on a personal level or outside of trading and other performance environments. And that work will translate in trading. But when you don't have a strong strategy, it becomes very difficult to know where the mental game is going to most apply. Because for the most part, I can't make you a better trader, right? I can make you better at not, I can make you better at accessing your knowledge, and I can make it easier for you to avoid the big mistakes that tend to plague you. The other sort of asterisk here is like you can develop more, of an ability to get in the zone and to kind of higher level levels of performance, right? Get on that performance stress curve, the top of that performance stress curve more often. But if you don't have a good strategy, well, you're basically kind of gambling at that point. And having a better mentality is not going to make you a better trader. All right, I think we got time for 2 more questions here. I'm curious as to the psychological factors and possible solutions to when you have a large amount of green days and trades in a row, and you begin to think you are due for a loss statistically. For me, whenever I acknowledge I have had a large amount of profitable days or profitable trades in a row, the next one always seems to be a loser. There is also no set time for this to occur. It could be 5, 10, 15 days of profit in a row before that thought comes into play. But once it does, the outcome always seems to be negative. Is there a way to avoid this mindset? First off, it's very, very likely that there's some sort of false confirmation that you're getting here. The odds that this is playing out exactly as you imagine is very, very low, right? You are likely having those thoughts that the next one could be a loser well before that. And you're just not necessarily getting the confirmation, right? There might be a little bit of a confirmation bias in you that is like seeking that kind of causal connection between your thoughts and losing trades. You are not causing those losses, which is what you're kind of implying here, right? Just because you're thinking that the next trade is going to lose does not mean that that's what's going to happen. Okay, nobody has that kind of control over the market. That's wishful thinking at best. So, how do you get out of this mindset? I mean, first and foremost, you got to know exactly what I just said, which is that you are not in control of this. This is not like The Secret, right, where you're willing the market to your knees, right, and visualizing money coming to you. I mean, that stuff is such. To me, it's disgusting because it's propagated these fantasies and wishes in society that we can just will results through the power of our visualization and through the power of our intent. If that were true, and I've worked with a lot of poker players. I'll use a poker example to make this even more clear. Okay, if that was true, if the secret and the power of your mind to will results was like what people think it is, then theoretically you could change the next card that was going to come. Because let's say we're playing Nolan Hold'em, there's 4 cards on the board, right? And here you are willing the one card that you need on the river to win the hand, right? If what you're saying is true, then that card has to change on the deck before it gets placed down. You don't know what you needed before. You do now. But there's no way that that's actually what's happening. You're just getting lucky because there is statistically a chance for that to happen. Okay. And if it were true, not only are you willing cards to change, or in this case, willing, price action to change, you're also like competing with other people for who has the stronger will. Because if this is how the game's played, then everybody's going to do it. And now it's not who has the better tactics, who has a better mentality. It's like, who can will money, who can will results their way, that's going to win. I mean, come on, that can't be how the world exists. So change that's the part of your mindset that has to change here. All right, last question. How could I become a best trader? And I think what they're asking is like, how can I become the best trader that I can be? And I've said a few things about high performers, but I think the willingness to be honest with yourself, to do hard things is essential. We live in a society now where, instantaneously through our phones, through social media, through lots of other forms of distraction, we can eliminate discomfort. And there's a lot of ways in which discomfort has been eliminated. But if you're going to be successful, you've got to embrace that discomfort, because especially working on your mentality, working on your emotions, there's going to be points where it's going to be uncomfortable and it's going to be confusing. It's going to be a little overwhelming. And all of that means that you're doing it right. There's a great quote from the University of Alabama's strength and conditioning coach, football strength and conditioning coach. And he basically said, if it feels good, you're doing it wrong. Okay. He's like, this powerful figure in the gym barking at his players, right? If it feels good, you're doing it wrong. Now that's different than pain, right? Pain is a signal that something's clearly wrong. But when you're talking about discomfort, being overwhelmed, these are essential things to feel when you're doing this work. It doesn't come easily. And if it did, it certainly wouldn't be as rewarding. And again, I'm speaking for everybody that wants to become a good trader, not somebody who's trying to make money instantaneously. Okay? Those are very different motives. And so embrace that discomfort, do the work, and you will make progress. How much progress? To be determined. All right, but at least that's the first step you can take. All right, Hug, I'm out. I got out of questions and I think I'm out of time.
Hogue, you're on mute.
This is better. I'm exhausted watching that. It was excellent. Jared, it's really just got to be, you really have to have a great sense of accomplishment or pride, because all the people that you touch every time you're on here, it's really just great. All the comments in chat, I mean, everybody loves it. A couple of things. One of the first things you talked about that really kind of stuck out to me is the no ifs, no efforts, I should say.
Yeah.
Right. And I tell people this all the time, if you're down your account, just to put that 10, 15 lot on and see if you can get lucky to get out of the hole isn't going to help you. It's that grind. It's that hard work. It's that, trade by trade, digging yourself out. You're going to be a better trader for it, for sure.
Yeah, it's not easy, but that's why it's so rewarding. And yeah, I mean, this is rewarding for me too. I mean, I think what's great about what I do is that I can teach you all skills that will apply elsewhere in your life, right? If sometimes trading is a bit risky, right? You don't know if all this time is going to pay off, right? All the effort that you put in is going to pay off. But if you work on your mentality, if you work on your mental game, there are things that are getting exposed here. You're going to learn skills and processes that are guaranteed to help you elsewhere, right? And that's sort of kind of de-risks the situation, de-risks the time investment. Because if, worst case scenario, you aren't able to make it as a trader, but you've learned some things on my end, you've learned some things about how to become more skilled. Well, that's going to translate. And then it sort of becomes a no risk, no lose proposition. You're going to at least win in some way. And I know that's not exactly what you'd want, but that's rewarding for me because it can have an impact on people's lives in pretty profound ways. So
100%. Fantastic. Well, thank you, Jared. Again, don't forget, get the book. The book there's so much actionable items and important things that you're going to get in this book. I'm going through it probably about the third time now. I have a tendency to need to reread a lot. But fantastic book. Jared, thank you so much again for joining us. We'll be looking forward to your next visit with us with great eagerness.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Good to see you as always. Take care, everybody.
Good to see you. We'll see everybody in a little bit. And we've got the top quiz coming up now, right?
Yes, we do, Hogue. Yes, we do.
All right. Jared, thank you again. We'll see you soon.
Take care, guys.
Had me thinking they're friends. 10 toes down, I'll be free until the end. Crib outside the city, I don't feel safe in my hands. Took so many years, I'm just waiting for the wins. I'm in debt to no one but the one who took my sins. I do it for real, there's no reason to pretend. If I do it once, I'll do it again. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, told her if it's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up. Matter what, told you I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up. I do roll like a Mack truck, country heart, I'm a cop of farm.
Gotta trade my way out of this bullshit. Oh, hello, everybody. It's me, not Andre. That's something that happened earlier in the show. Anyway, welcome to Top Quiz for Wednesday, November 29th, or whatever day it is. I'm Jack, joined by Bonnie. Bonnie, how is it today?
How are you, Jack? I'm doing great.
I'm doing great. It's feeling good. Had a fun broadcast so far, and hopefully we have a good top quiz as well. I've already forgotten what the questions are, so it'll be fun for me too. If this is your first time, you sign up with that link that's posted, or go to kahoot.it and enter in that PIN number. And so yeah, answer the questions right. If you get 3 or 4 right, and I cannot emphasize this enough because there still seems to be numerous questions every time we do this. If you get 3 or 4 right, you enter a pool of names, of which I will choose 30 today for free resets, and you will be alerted via email. Remember to pay attention to your screen because that's where the questions will show up. We're on a delay. And one last thing, I guess this will help people in the future, but make sure you're watching this all the way up live on YouTube, because sometimes I see people in the middle of group coaching saying that the quiz doesn't work, and that's because it's over. And I don't want to see that happen to anyone. So let's not do that. Yeah, you only enter once. Please do not enter more than once. That's not fun. So you answer when the questions pop up on your screen. They'll all be multiple choice. And I think that about does it. We got a lot of people in here today. In fact, Kahoot will only take 2,000. So we may have to do something about that at some point. I can't read these names coming by.
It's crazy. We started with like 100, 200. Now we're over 1,000.
Yeah, that's a lot of people flowing in here. Leave blank. Oh, Jack Ma's here. Good to see he's doing okay. Pioneer Town Phil. Jack, can you tell me about the break music, please? So, funny thing is, we have to play royalty-free music, and I don't hear it behind here. So we set it at some point and forget it, but we'll look into it to see what that is. I can promise you it's free if you want it. All right. Bonnie, you ready to do this? We're closing in on 1,500 people. I don't want to max out Kahoot today. All right. Without further ado, let's get started. We're playing tomorrow and the day after, so there's time to get in. Okay, here we go.
Yes, I'm the same person from Monday. I saw like 3 questions on
Did they watch Monday? Yes. The area in which the market stays for 70% of the session, measured by time or volume, is known as what? Is it the point of control, the value area, the opening range, or the initial balance? Any ideas here, Bonnie? This is a Hogue question.
the point of control of the value area.
Yeah. Oh, Bonnie, got it. Nailed it. So that was a good one. Sorry, I'm reading the chat as well here. Value area indeed. I ran this past Hogue to make sure I wasn't in the wrong. And they make me show this bragging board. I wish I didn't have to, because I think it confuses people. Remember, if you see your name here at the end, that does not mean that you necessarily won. Yeah, Dude Man, Black Swan, Big Papa, Xandra, I got X. Good for you.
Yeah, Dude Man.
All right. Yeah, I am doing 30 winners today. Triple Z. All right. Next question. Apple recently announced that it was ending its consumer credit partnership with this company. Was this company JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, or SoFi?
I don't think it would be JP Morgan. They're too big. SoFi?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. It was Goldman. SoFi was a little bit on the small end. This is news out there today. We're going to call it 2 for 2 because I've always wanted to see a perfect score from the guests. And you deserve it.
Yeah.
All right. Bragging board. Black Swan. E-Mini-Me. That's a good name. Congratulations, E-Mini-Me. One of my favorites so far. 0-sum, 7. Okay. That's a number. When you put just numbers in, it's not a big deal, but it does fritz out my spreadsheet a little bit, but I still get you. Okay. Third question. You ready, Bonnie?
Yes. I'm 2 for 2 now.
All right. Jared Tendler just mentioned that he found this psychological phenomenon to be a BS term. Was that FOMO, self-sabotage, risk aversion, or fire drill?
So I was listening to the stream a little bit today, and I heard a lot of self-sabotage. So I'm going to go with that.
Okay, we got over 1,000 answers in here. And Bonnie, you are correct.
Yay!
It was indeed self-sabotage that he called a BS term because there's very few things you're good enough at to actively undermine yourself. So that was good. Go back and watch it if you haven't. But Bonnie, 3 for 3. This could be history making today.
There's actually a book that I read called The Mountain Is You. It talks about self-sabotaging, and I thought that was a really good book if anyone wants to read it.
Good to know. We will throw it on the list. All right, Bonnie, 3 for 3 with one final question remaining. And I'm trying to remember what it is. Okay. Here we go. Oh, first, the board, of course. Andre on tilt. That's good as well. E-Mini-Me still up there? Okay. Let's do it. Last question. What soccer or football, for our international counterparts, player has won the most Ballon d'Or award given to the best player of the year? Is it Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, or Pele? I know you can get this.
Cristiano or Messi?
Let's say it was. Messi. You got there. It was Messi.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, it was Messi. So I'm going to take that as a perfect score. Congratulations. Bonnie, you specifically are going to get a reset. Great match. I'm choking up. This is beautiful. I never thought it would happen, but we got it today.
I can't believe it either. Wow.
Yeah.
Best day of my life.
It is. We'll be sure to a few days. I mean, I do have a son, but I think this is a better day, So that is the amount I care about this.
Honestly, I guess on all 4 questions, so I should go buy the lottery today.
Andre and Tilt and Black Swan had to get that right. Yes. All right. Great today. I will pick 30. If you got 3 or 4 right, I'll pick 30 random. I'll announce them during group coaching if you promise not to email before the end of the day saying you don't see it. Also, if you win, check your spam folder and stuff like that, because I've seen a number of people where they don't get the email for whatever reason. You want the email. So, Bonnie, thanks for playing. Perfection. Like, you are the Messi of Top Quiz at the moment, so I bow to you. Anyway, let's have a great rest of the day. We're finishing up now. We're going to take a quick break and be back with the Hogue. John Hoagland is going to be here to do group coaching. That's a fun thing to see. We'll be back after the break. Talk to you later.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to group coaching, Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call it Let's Crush 2023. Happy Wednesday. I'm just getting back into the markets. Had a couple of days off this week. I'm sorry if you missed me on Monday. I know we had some excellent coaches Monday and Tuesday, and I'm going to be addressing the emailed in questions first, hoping to get through all of those. If we have more questions, I will do my best to get to all of them. Again, this is group coaching and probably one of my favorite periods during the week that I get to sit and chat trading with traders. This is me. If you don't know me, my name is John Hoagland. I'm the senior performance coach here at Topstep. 40 years industry experience, more like 31 years as an active trader. I traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since 2011, it's been my pleasure to be a part of Topstep here and hopefully helping develop traders to have the opportunity to talk to thousands of you from all over the world. And again, it's one of my favorite things in the world to do. This is the CFTC disclaimer. What we are going to be discussing today is, of course, for educational purposes only. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product or security. This is just to remind us that there is considerable risk in futures trading. These are leveraged products. You will have the opportunity or the risk of losing more than your initial investment because of that. We should only be using risk capital to trade with. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. One of the things I love about Topstep, we're going to be putting that risk capital up for you. It also states here that hypothetical or simulated performance results have certain limitations. To me, the biggest limitation is always going to be the fact that there's no accountability, no rules, and no consequence in some random sim account. You don't know how you're going to respond to markets until you have a little bit of skin in the game. All right, so we're going to start with the questions here. I'm going to start again with the emailed in questions, and in the meantime I am just going to put up the charts here so we can watch and see what's going on here with the S&Ps while we're doing this. So this question comes in from the 22nd, last Wednesday. Again, I haven't been here to respond to this just yet, but it's a really cool and an interesting question. So it comes from Fred. Fred is wondering what he should learn from the 130 flush on Wednesday, November the 22nd. So he's got a 30-minute chart here, and just kind of looking at the regular trading hours. There was a kind of a rush to the downside that really didn't maintain any activity down there. It was a Wednesday pre-Thanksgiving holiday market, feeling that the day was a range bound day, and I'm just kind of paraphrasing what Fred is talking about in his email here. Compared to Tuesday, value was developing higher compared to Tuesday, so I sought to buy the S&P 500 value low, below value. Wanted to trade in the direction of developing value. So I worked my resting buy order. I got uneasy though. What if volume thins out and some wise guy decides to run the stops of guys like me? Then the flush came. I got run over. On one hand, I was happy that I saw the possibility of a flush coming before the flush happened. But on the other hand, I couldn't explain to myself enough about what to expect and why and what to do about the flush if it came to save myself from a loss. My uneasy feeling about a flush was overruled by my fear of missing out if I could buy below value and possibly profit from a rotation higher. No trade is easy, of course, so I left my working order in spite of seeing possibility of a stop run. Do you think the K period flush on Wednesday was stop hunting in a pre-holiday market, I should say, or was it something else? What should I have been thinking when I started to feel uneasy about the possibility of a flush? I'm going to start with that question, Fred. You were kind of sensing that there may be some sort of a flush. Now I'm going to bring that profile. I'm going to bring that up here. 23rd. Tuesday the 21st. There it is. So here's that day. Okay. I remember this day. It ended up being a normal trading day, Fred, a normal trading day. If you're feeling uneasy about a potential flush, like you feel like there's maybe some short time frame stops below the market, you shouldn't ignore that uneasiness. He then asked, should I have asked myself how far the flush might travel? If you're sensing a flush created by stops, you are going to want to demand better trade location. You've probably heard me quite often, Fred, say, if you're constantly asking yourself, why is the market always hitting my stops and then going my way? It's about the risk. It's about the trade location. You're right, Fred. Every trade is uncertain. So if we were to look at the profile from that day, let me see if I can get it over here. It's a little bit frozen here. Hang on just a second. This should loosen up here. And there we go. So here's the day in question. So you're looking to buy value low or sell value high. Well, value high would have worked a couple of times very nicely for a rotation. Unfortunately, the market did seek a whole bunch of stops. The market never did close the gap. It left the gap. Well, yeah, I guess it did. It traded directly to the gap close. So if you're sensing that there may be a pile of stops down here, instead of getting in below value or just below value, try and catch, the low of the initial balance. Now, it's very easy for me to sit here and look back at this and say, well, this is what we should have done. Being in the moment is another thing. But you've said, Fred, that you had an uneasy feeling that there was probably going to be some stops below value. If you sense that, see if you can't be patient, demand great trade location. I mean, at this point in K period, KLM, it's 2 o'clock. It's 1:30 to 2 is the K period. So in that 1:30 to 2 area, when we came back and took out all those stops, we were unable to take out the low of the initial balance. I mean, this whole day was setting up as a normal trading day. It's 1:30. It's late in the day. If you're sensing some stops below value, try and get in where those stops are going to run out. Now, it very easily could have extended the range down below the initial balance. In this case, it did not. But your best trade location would have been much closer to the low of the initial balance. Your stop could be, a point or two the other side of the initial balance. If the market, was going to start taking itself apart, we have value high from the previous day. Was it accepting? Is this really value from that day? Or does this day have several different areas of value because of the different distributions of time and volume? So your best trade location on this day, of course, looking back, it's obvious, would have been trying to take the long above the low of the initial balance with a stop just the other side of the initial balance. If you were sensing stops below value, try and get in when those stops run out. Should you have stayed out of the market altogether? Well, Fred, you had the intuition, the ability to sense that there was maybe a little bit of trouble down below, maybe some stops down there. Don't discount that, Fred. You've been at this long enough. You got to learn to trust those intuitions. As Jared says, intuitions and instincts. Intuitions are hard to believe because we don't know where they come from. Intuitions are are things that we have a sense of that we can't figure out where they come from. It's difficult to trust. So if you're questioning if you should have stayed out of the market altogether, then demand good trade location. You have great intuition, great impulse, great intuition, great instinct on this opportunity. And you have to be willing to miss the trade. You were seeing the possibility, but you didn't want to miss the opportunity. You got you into the worst trade location, you got stopped out, and then the market continues to run higher. So Fred, again, it's very easy for anybody to sit here and say, well, this is what you should have done. We're looking at it in hindsight. We don't know what's going on in somebody's head in the moment. And Fred, you did a really good job of explaining what was going on in your head in the moment. And if you have that sense, trust it, demand better trade location, which is also going to help you limit the risk on the trade. All right, Fred. I hope that I got through all of that for you. Niranjan, couple of questions. Looking forward to seeing those. Both Hogan and Deanna refer to a successful or a failed auction at the high or the low of the initial balance. What specifically are they looking to determine if an auction has failed or is successful at the high or the low of the initial balance? Great question. We don't really know if it's going to be a failed auction in the moment. What we're looking for is excess. So looking at today, okay, looking at the profile, here's the initial balance, is this blue line here. That's the range for the first hour. The market pushed lower and continued. Had we maintained price below the initial balance, leaving single TPOs, that would be a successful or potentially successful opportunity for acceptance of lower pricing for a successful auction below the initial balance. We've taken out all those single TPOs. We're not doing very well at returning back to higher value here. So when we're looking for, here is, I would say, a successful breakout above the initial balance here. I mean, by the end of the day, value was higher, point of control was higher, everything was higher. This was Wednesday, there's no extension. Here's Monday, last Monday. The market opened, opening range the low, opening the continuation above the initial balance creates an area of balance. This is a successful auction above the initial balance, and this one continued to push even higher and higher throughout the day. When we have a move below initial balance, similar to this, the market comes and it takes out the low of that initial balance, but it is unable to spend much time or exert much volume below that level. This was a failed auction below the initial balance. We know that now. We have to postulate in the moment when D period was this, when D period took out that low and came back into range. If we are going to be treating that as a failed downside auction, we want to start to look for opportunities for longs in, above the low of that spot, above the low of that D low. It came down here, and it came back in the initial balance and never returned to it. This is now excess. Auctions die in excess. This downside auction died, turned around, and then rotated higher for the better part of the day. Okay. So here's a successful initial balance extension. The market continued to auction higher. This is a failed initial balance extension. The market looked didn't find what it was looking for, and then rotated back up. Hope that helps. Does the concept of the initial balance also work at the first 60 minutes high and low of the Globex session? So we can take a look. All right, hang on. I don't trade the overnight. So, oh my goodness. Look at where the market traded. I didn't even realize. I guess I did earlier, but so here's the initial balance from the overnight. This, we could say, was a successful auction outside of the initial balance because the market continued to push higher and higher. What about the day? What about the previous day? B period extends. Let's split this. Where was I? There it is. A and B period. Okay. Okay. C period does not extend. It extends below. D. We're really range bound here for the first 5 hours, night before last. Finally, we get a sustained and accepted downside auction in O period in the overnight. Okay, the initial balance has already been extended, but the auction doesn't succeed until much later in the evening. Then we show signs of acceptance. We come back up to the demand level that was left behind, and the market continues to push the downside. I think the whole point is, you know, there are periods. There are times when the initial balance breakout is going to continue and it's going to go quickly, but there's no way to know. You have to put that hypothesis in play. Like, you know, if we do extend the range to the downside today and it looks like we have a failed downside auction, I'm going to start to look for longs. What's the bigger context? Is the market moving higher over time? Is there a longer time frame trend? Those are all things that I'll put into consideration before looking for an opportunity in such a way, if you will. Okay. All right. Let's bring this back over to real time here. I'm going to see what this market's doing. Okay. Naranjan. Here is the link to a video. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe one of us can find it in the background here. The market profile max class. Let me see if I can find it. Thank you. Thank you, JD. You rock. Okay. So here is, and this is for, of course, anybody that wants to learn more about the market profile. I'm going to put this in the link here in the chat. Watch that. I'm not sure how to attach this. Okay, we got it. All right, it's already pinned at the top of the chat. Okay, so you can check that out. All right. Go back to the questions here. Between the value area of yesterday and today's initial balance, which is most important? Now, this was sent on the 23rd. So let me see if there's something good that I can use there. 23rd. Okay. 23rd. 22nd. So the 23rd it was Thanksgiving. We're not going to use that. What's more important between the value area of yesterday and today's initial balance? Which is more important? Today's. I guess it depends on the context, of course, right? So today, this was yesterday's profile. Here's today's profile. The market opened outside of the previous day's area of value. When the value area from the previous day becomes important is in a case where the market opens outside of range and value, trades back into range, and finds acceptance inside of value. Then it becomes more important. But most of the time, especially when the market opens in range and in value, when we look at what happened on Thursday and Friday, Wednesday's value high was the high on Thursday and Friday. Wednesday's value low was the low on Thursday and Friday. But remember, this was a holiday week, holiday days. Okay. So, here's yesterday we opened below value, but in range. The opening range, we had an excess tail, a small excess tail, though albeit a tail. Well, the market opened, traded back into value from the previous day and ran right through it. So that's when it becomes important. When we're inside value, I tend to try and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. When we open inside of value, when we open outside of value, we'll find usually that there's earlier opportunities where you're going to get your better opportunities. And hopefully, Niranjan, this has been helpful for you. So there was an initial balance extensions. It depends again, Niranjan, on the context, right? If there's an extension and the auction fails, then we may use that extension as an opportunity for a continuation to the upside. Here's an extension. It extended a couple of times, but it didn't really do much. And then the market rotated back lower. This was on Monday. Very small range, not a lot of opportunity here on Monday, but just to kind of point out, the market did extend the initial balance, but it didn't really do a very good job of maintaining price up there, if you will. So the market came back and turned around and rotated back to the downside. Looking for acceptance and rejection of price at a particular level. For example, weekly kickoff high and low. Well, today it was kind of obvious, at least in the S&Ps. The market left the opening range at the low of the session, had a long, made just under 10 points on it right up to the weekly kickoff. Traded right to it. Didn't even trade through it. Traded right to it. I should have been looking for the short here, but no, I was getting out of a long, and I really should have been looking for a short because I can limit risk. And then the market turned. This doesn't always happen. Nothing happens exactly the same way twice. Niranjan, similar things can happen. Rarely do they happen exactly the same way twice. Now, last week's weekly kickoff level high was 45.67. So last week was a case where the market came to it, rejected, back to it, just basically stuck to it the better part of the week and the early part of this week. There was no decision made. I'm looking for decisions to be made at these levels. Well, I think we got a pretty good decision off of this week's weekly kickoff high. It doesn't mean price can't go back to it, but buyers backed off, sellers took over, and sellers, for the day session right now still seem to be in control. All right. Hussein. Thank you for the email, Hussein. I really appreciate that. Keep praying for peace. JP. So Pranavan is looking for a breakdown of the tick values of the futures. NASDAQ, ES Gold, oil, YM, and the Russell. The NASDAQ is a $5 tick. $5 minimum price movement is $5 US. E-mini S&P's minimum price movement, one tick, $12.50. Gold, one tick, $10. Crude oil, one tick, $10. YM, one tick is $5. And I'd have to check the Russell. I'm not quite sure. If somebody knows the Russell, please put that in there. So when you think about it, it's kind of more difficult with the equity futures. But, gold, it's, what is it? It's 100 ounces of gold, and the minimum fluctuation in that is a dime, which makes it $10. Crude oil, it's 1,000 barrels of crude, and it trades in pennies. So 1 penny move times 1,000 is $10. And there are some, let me see if I can find them. Okay. So, okay. I'm going to put this in the chat also for anybody that wants to check it out. But the CME Group.com does provide the contract specifications here. So the Russell's $5. Okay, cool. Some people says 10 a tick. All right. Okay. Oops. Okay, JP. All right. I hope your Thanksgiving was great as well. What are the expectations for the open or the day to develop when? We are opening below the previous day's value area. Okay. If we're opening up within the previous day's value area, or if we're opening above the previous day's value area. So today, we opened above yesterday's value area and above yesterday's range. My expectations are for the market, which is opening outside of the previous day's range and value, means it's out of balance. Now, this is in a very short time frame imbalance, although it is an imbalance to some degree. So I'm going to be looking for the opportunity for a earlier trade to find the best trade location of the day. We had we had overnight inventory, which was long. We didn't close the gap. We had the opening range, the low of the session, and we had a visual target above. So this was a decent trade. We didn't go back to the range or back to value until later on. So my assumption that the opportunity for the best trade location was correct today, however, was in the opposite direction. So we had almost a 10-point profit up here. We got to my weekly kickoff level. I should have been looking to take a short there. I have no idea what the hell I was thinking by not taking this trade. And then we saw the market come off that and come all the way back down to where? Yesterday's area of value. Did it show signs of acceptance? Maybe. So here's yesterday's value area high on this platform. It's a little bit different on the T4 market profile, okay? So here's value area high from yesterday. Here's where we opened. We looked higher. We hit the weekly kickoff high. We broke. We extended. And did we accept inside of value from yesterday? Doesn't look very accepting here just yet, right? So when we open outside of value and range, even just outside of value, we're looking to be able to assess if the market is accepting the previous day's value or if it's rejecting it. If we're opening within the previous day's area of value, like here's last Thursday, Thanksgiving. Well, if we open inside the previous day's area of value, I'm going to be patient and I'm going to look for better trade locations as the day goes on. The market is in balance. There's no reason to really feel like we need to be in any kind of rush to get into any opportunities, as, again, the market may provide better trade location as the day goes on. Here's another one. The market opens in range and in value. Initially, the best trade location was off the opening range, but it did come and take it out. So you actually had your best trade location come on a failure of the range extension below the initial balance, and then the market rotated back higher. How does the price opening versus the day's range affect the expectations versus the value area? It's kind of a secondary. I see what you're saying here. Price could be within the previous day's range, but outside of the value area. And kind of similar to what we had here. Okay, the market opened out below value. There was an attempt to try and push this market lower. But as soon as the market came back in and went inside of value, it didn't reject it immediately or relatively quickly. It showed more signs of acceptance because the market really ran all the way through it in one 30-minute period. It wasn't really worth doing anyway because, what are we looking at here? For 60 quarter up to 67. So we're looking at a 7-point move to go from value to value from Monday's session. Not really all that enticing, is it? $10 range for 2 days here, $14 range on Monday, $28 range yesterday, and a $34 range today. It's getting more rangy, right? Can an expected follow-up or failure be based on the previous day's type? For example, a double distribution trend, is there a probability of filling up an imbalance or single prints higher? Okay, great question. So a lot of that really depends on here. Hang on. Maybe this will be a better market to look at because we had a double distribution trend day in gold yesterday. So here's the double distribution trend day in gold yesterday. Distribution of time and volume, distribution of time and volume. Had we opened inside this distribution of time and volume and this distribution of time and volume, I would say there would have been a much higher probability of the market to basically repair the single TPOs between those two areas of volume and time. We didn't. We opened above. The market looked into the abyss below, which might have created an opportunity for repair. Just because it opens up here, if we show acceptance inside of the area of repair, that changes things. But today we opened above the single TPOs in a double distribution trend day, and the market has now decided it is going to continue to push to the upside. So if we open in between, we're looking at an inside day. If we open outside the single TPOs on a double distribution trend day, the opportunity is probably going to be more away from the repair area than into the repair area. I hope that makes sense. JP, it's absolutely 100% my pleasure. All right. I know Jack was going to be coming in and doing the winners. We are going to keep going, though. I want to see what kind of questions we have here. And I know there's probably a million of them.
Yeah. I mean, Hogue, we can pop the winners real quick and keep going because you might stick around for a few minutes for Beige Book.
Sure. Go ahead.
All right. Oh, I'm on screen. That's fun. Yeah. So
nice to see your smiling face.
Nice to see you too, Hogue. So yeah, we're gonna show the winners right now. We picked 30, so you'll see them right there. I'll be the first to announce here that we're eventually gonna switch, I think, next week, because the codes are becoming difficult to create. To you can only win once per week. So
okay,
just be ready for that. So here we go.
NQ Pit Boss.
NQ Pit Boss. The entire town of Orlando, Florida. Bacon with egg.
Slinky. Oh, yeah.
All right. Oh, man. I long for one day where I show these and I don't get rigged in the chats.
At this point, I think they have to be kidding, right?
Oh, I hope so. So, yeah, those are the winners for today, and we'll be back tomorrow with that. So I don't want to take away too long from your group coaching here, but those people will be getting an email right about, make sure this is good. Make sure this is riveting television, but here we go.
Sent. All right.
Sent.
So those are all on the way.
They're on the way. So just reading the comments here as well. Yep. We'll get to you guys at some point. Always looking to make the game better, fair, give more people a chance to win. So back to the lab with me.
All right. Thanks, Jack.
All right. Have a good one, Hug.
Blessings.
To you too.
All right. Yeah, the reason there's 30 today is, I mean, it was like 1,500 people played the game, which is great.
Yeah, there were.
Yeah. All right. So kind of going through some of the questions here. I thought maybe we'd kind of hang out a little bit and just kind of go through some of the Beige Book as it comes out at 1 o'clock, see if there's any reaction to the markets. You know, just the way the market has kind of fallen into a short time frame area of balance here, you know, looking at the 5-minute chart. This was this morning. And since then, it's just been kind of what does my brother call it? Barcoding. This is the 5-minute chart, and we've got a lot of price bar overlay, not a lot of action going on here. So we'll have to see if anything comes up after the beige book comes out. Yes, short stories and tales. The chart that we were looking at was a market profile chart, and if you look at the top of the chat, you'll see that there is a link pinned there, and that is a YouTube kind of about an hour-long YouTube thing about market profile, the basics of it, how it's constructed, and how it can be sometimes helpful to traders. Saltbones, good to see you too. Patricia talking about the beige book. All right, hang on 1 second. All right. Trying to look for some of the questions here. Pretty sure most people here don't use TPO charts, even if it's available on shorter time frames on TradingView. Something to think about, Topstep. Yeah, certainly. You know, it's something that I have to have in order to trade, and you know, nobody has to use anything to look for their opportunities to trade with. It's just a tool that I've learned, and I'm still learning for 30 years. I continue to learn more and more about the profiles and about how markets work. And, it is a personal choice. Nobody has to use it. You just want to make the education or the knowledge of it available to everyone. And if you've never read Mind Over Markets, the book by Jim Dalton, the first 100 pages of that really kind of opened up my eyes as to the auction process and how and what markets really are. Sarah Smith, what's the easiest market to pass combine in? Can't really say. I mean, certain people like certain markets. If you're going to be trading a 30-year bond, it's a very slow moving market most of the time. If you want to trade something that's a little bit more exciting, you may want to trade the NASDAQ. It's very rangy. It's a small tick, but there's a lot of big ranges in it. S&Ps are the market that I've been trading for most of my career, and so that kind of speaks to me. Sometimes I'll trade something in crude. Missed a good opportunity in gold yesterday, but it may be kind of more difficult to trade many markets at once. I know this is something that I struggle with. I mean, I'm looking at 3-4 different markets most of the time. And if I have a position on 2 of them, I'm kind of asking a lot from my brain to digest all that information. All right. Does that lady have a link to her chart, the one with the MT5 and the numbers and the TPO sessions with Renko charts? Jeff, you'd have to ask Deanna. But I know that she's done some considerable work on getting her charts, and she's got a whole tech team that helps her find all those levels. So you'd have to ask her. Chris. Mm-hmm. 45.64 is this week's point of control. 45.64. Let me see that. I'm going to put another chart up here. Whoa. All right, so here's this will just get the volume point of control. Aha. 64. There it is. Good level. Good level. I mean, it's kind of the midpoint, but good level on the daily. Nice eyes. Who was that? Matt P. Nice eyes. What market is cattle? It's LE, but it's not a very popular market, at least not here at Topstep, Sarah. Robert, any way you can predict with a reasonable level of probability of it's going to be a choppy versus a trend day based on previous market action? Well, I mean, Robert, we're all trying to assume the correct context of the marketplace. So, I mean, if in the longer time frame the market is involved in a healthy, successful upside trend in longer time frame, I think there is the possibility of reasonable probability of being able to predict continuation. But we never are going to know 100%. We're never going to know 100%. Now, if we look at this rally off the lows, here, okay, I didn't believe that the auction was doing a very good job of coming off those lows. You know, my bias was still relatively looking to the downside, but I made money because I just took what the market was giving me. Even though I thought that we should probably see a pullback, and we did get at least a consolidation, I didn't try and push that into the marketplace. I'd let the market say, yeah, John, you're not right. This would just continues to keep going. So, you know, if the market is in a directional move like this, your probabilities of being able to predict, which is a dangerous word in trading, that the market may continue to do so, there is that possibility. You know, is it possible to predict? I hate using that word predict in trading because it indicates, I don't know, it just says to me like I'm going to be right, and I'm wrong a lot. I'm wrong a lot, but you know, it's all in the context, the longer time frame into the shorter time frame. You know, it's a tough thing to predict anything. We now have 1 o'clock. The beige book should be open. We'll see what the wires are saying about anything that they've said. We're probably not necessarily going to see any wild movements off of this. Beige book price increase is largely moderated across districts, though prices remained elevated. The economic outlook for the next 6 to 12 months diminished over the reporting period. Beige book on balance, economic activity slowed since the previous report, with 4 districts reporting modest growth, 2 indicating conditions that were flat to slightly down, and 6 noting slight declines in activity. Price increases largely moderated across district, though prices remained elevated. That's a repeat there. We had Meester speaking here at 12:45. It appears as though she's probably done. She's talking about the banking system and how they should be they need to do a bank stress test. or they reduced the number of bank stress tests. I did a stress test once. It sucked. The economy is resilient in the face of a restrictive monetary policy. Meester says she sees clear progress in lowering still high inflation. So basically, inflation has slowed, but it's not turning the other direction. Demand for labor continued to increase. This is off the Beige Book. Most districts expect moderate price increases to continue into next year. Moderate price increases. And that, my friends, is all we're really seeing from that information. I'm going to call this a session. If I didn't get to your questions, please email them to us at groupcoaching@topstep.com. groupcoaching@topstep.com. There you go. You can email in your questions. Sometimes I get an opportunity to kind of look through those questions before I get into the group coaching. But yes, yeah, that was Financial Juice, Dr. T. Yes, you are correct, James. Yep, you got it. So that is going to do it for us. I'm going to bid adieu to everyone. Here's the dad wisdom for the day, if you want to put up the screen. So that's my dad. He was on the trading floor. He spent a lot of time on the phones. He's talking to farmers and everything and getting his information for the trading day here. But he always said the money is easy to make, it's easy to lose, and very difficult to keep. And isn't that true, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that true? We can have a great day one day and lose it the next. It's very difficult to just keep on keeping on, building those accounts. But that is what we are hoping for you. We will look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow morning on the opening call at 8 a.m. It's great to be back with everybody. It's always good to take time off, and it's always great to get back to business. And we will see you tomorrow morning. Again, have a great night. Don't forget to pray for peace. Blessings, everyone.